Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm in the process of taking my meds, and I have to get a little bite to eat. It's something in it with my meds, so I'll be right back. Oh my! Thank you for another wonderful day. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the lessons and the blessings. Thank you for your mercy and grace for each and every one of us. In the name of Jesus.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
woke up this morning, so I'm blessed.
Okay, that's a good one.
I'm blessed. I did that one that you got, Brenda.
Mm-hmm.
I did that one a couple days ago over the weekend.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
It's,
morning.
it's good morning. It's relaxing. I find it therapeutic.
Mm-hmm.
I did that as well, Brenda.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We're gonna have a whale of a time, and you're gonna get harpooned. Next game weekdays starting at 1, only on Game Show Network. I will never again lose to my brother.
It's better you got to turn your TV off.
Now we get the same coverage.
Oh, yeah.
For half the cost.
Thanks.
I'm the one who wins. Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way.
Hi everyone, how are you?
All
Good
right.
morning, Alex, and
Good
I'm
morning.
so glad to see your little sweet smiling face.
Hi Ann. Hello.
I'm feeling. I woke up feeling so much better this morning. Oh, who is that? Oh, that's Bridget. Bridget, I've been trying to call you.
Oh yeah, nothing's wrong in this house.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah.
Hi everybody.
Good.
And I'll call you later.
Okay, honey.
Okay.
Yes, it's a little cloudy outside. It was raining a little earlier, so
Well,
I thought
I
to
knew
bring some
I knew it
sunshine.
must have been gonna rain because my back and my leg were killing me when I woke up.
And I was just telling one of our members that I was gonna go work out in the yard today till I looked out the window. I was like, what the crap?
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good
morning.
Hi
morning,
Diane.
Diane. You got a good one
Morning,
for us this
Diane.
morning?
Good morning.
Hey,
I didn't
Diane.
hear you.
How you doing?
Good
Fine,
morning.
thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
I
Hi
see your hair
Betty.
growing back,
Nice to
Diane.
see you, Betty.
Yes,
Nice to see you too, Alex. It's always good hearing from you.
Oh yes, Wednesday's my favorite day of the week, so
Oh
you
yeah,
know I'm happy.
we're halfway through the week.
Oh, but we still got so much to come, so you just gotta take it in stride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you're not doing anything big on Tuesday because I have a doctor's appointment.
Oh,
Tuesday.
I know that's right after our holiday. Monday we have off.
Yeah.
You guys can still get the email though, so that way you can just plan your week out in advance on that day, and you get to, just see what's going on.
Yep.
Anybody can tell me what today is?
Oh, I read
Yes,
it.
I can tell you. It's Happy Flag Day.
Day, right?
Yes.
And also, I read some more. It's June is Black Appreciation Music Month.
Oh yes, Brenda.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna read it to you all, and it was just interesting to find that out. So
yeah,
just one more thing that's in your knowledge base, right?
Yes.
It's always fun for me.
A little cloudy here.
It's always fun to learn new stuff. So when I create that, it's teaching me stuff too. So it's a two-way street, which I love.
Yeah.
Well, my grandmother, when she was about to turn 100, and somebody was telling her something, and they said, "But you probably too old to remember, or too old to get this or something." And she said, "You know what, son?" I think she was talking to my nephew, and she said, "Son, you're never too old to learn."
Hey.
And I find the older I get, the more I seem to learn. So I take that as a, that you're never too old to learn.
Amen on that.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, Mr. Bell? This is Rita Wesley. I'm just returning
Yes.
again.
Oh,
It's been-
yes.
It's been a minute, but thank you so much. Like the lady said, you're never too old to learn.
Thank you, Miss Rita.
Thank-
I appreciate it.
thank
I
you.
remember you yesterday, so it was nice to see you
Yes,
on as
thank
well.
you. I haven't been.
Well,
I've had
yeah,
so many
put
things
it
I
back
had
on
to
the
do,
chair.
but I'm trying to get back.
And I told him, I
Mm.
say, yeah, no, you can put
Thank
it
you.
back on there.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Miss Rita.
Hello, Miss Rita.
Thank you. Thank you. As much time as I can give, as much time as I can get. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Miss
Learn
Mary. How are
something every
you?
day. Good morning.
How you doing? I'm
Yes,
just gonna
fine,
Good,
thank you.
good.
The Lord.
I'm gonna be with you a little while because I got to go on Zoom for S&P. I volunteer with S&P Senior Medicare Patrol.
Okay.
I'll be on there at 11 o'clock.
All right. Well, hopefully we can, you learn something new before then. Okay.
All right then.
Yes, just make sure everyone please turn your TVs off, your cell phones in silence. We'd really appreciate it so everyone's able to hear. Because, sometimes you don't get to do these trainings more than once. And, just want to make sure everyone is able to get the information. But it is 10:30. So again, I want to welcome everyone to this Wednesday's advanced training. Is always a pleasure to present for you all. So again, as I always say, you all are the creme de la creme for the program. And again, thank you so much for coming on to today's Zoom. So please let me know if you can't hear me, if you can't see me, can't hear the video. Otherwise, please raise your hand if you have a question, or if you put it in the chat, I may be able to read it during the presentation and answer. I just want to make sure that we get through all of the material so you guys can, have that knowledge and then ask, some great questions as you always do. So, of course, before we get started, I like to go over the rest of the week. Everyone needs a reminder, so it's always just good to go over things. So let's go to today's reminder. So yes, again, today is Flag Day, so happy Flag Day. Hopefully DC becomes a state. If that ever happens, we'll be 51 stars. So hopefully, I get to see that. Today, we're going to be covering apps for Juneteenth, some background knowledge, and some just great apps for your own use. We have the book club today, presented by Crystal. And last but not least, we have Module 5, talking about the iPad keyboard. We're going to have DC Public Library on to talk about their apps and other keyboard functions as well. On Thursday, we have the lunch club. So again, had a lot of fun yesterday. So tomorrow we're gonna have even more fun learning about grains. That's why there's the little bread emoji. We're gonna have someone from Georgetown University, the assistant professor, Dr. Casey Brown. They're gonna be talking about her work in aging, which I would find very interesting. And last but not least, we have our movie of the month at 6 p.m. On Friday in the morning, we're covering how creating your own Zoom account. So we did this training a couple months ago, but it's being revamped for you all with some additional information. And last but not least, we have our Juneteenth celebration. So the schedule is coming out today for the order of participants. So please, if you're signed up for the event, please check the email out. And we're just gonna have a great time, learn something new, and have a bunch of great acts. So I really look forward to that. We have the library flyer, so all of the upcoming trainings that are available. Again, because Juneteenth is on Monday, that is, we have the day off, so please enjoy your 3-day weekend. And again, you get to see what upcoming trainings there are. Here's the flyer for the Juneteenth celebration. You should have just received it yesterday in your email. Just with the flyer itself, you can either tap on the 2 buttons or you can tap on the flyer itself to access the event. But And last but not least, again, every week I like to do a little write-up of what the month is. So this, in June, it is African American Music Appreciation Month. So look, you got Whitney, you got Scott Joplin, Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, Diana Ross. Great image right there. Black Music Appreciation Month is observed in June annually. It originated in the late 1970s when President Jimmy Carter proclaimed June as Black Music Month to recognize the significant contributions of African American musicians and artists to American culture and music. This month showcases the impact of Black artists in shaping various musical genres such as jazz, blues, gospel, R&B, hip hop, and many others. In 2016, Obama proclaimed that African American music and musicians have helped the country to dance, to express our faith through song, to march against injustice, and to defend our country's enduring promise of freedom and opportunity for all. So yes, this you get a new write-up every week. Just again, another thing that you can have in the back of your head. You never know when you may need some trivia, and it's always good to know what is going on. So yes, please check out this email. It's updated every day with the day, the flyer, maybe an update to a training or something. So check it out. You won't know what to expect. But yes, today we will be covering apps for Juneteenth. So for those who are performing, you may want to add something from what you learned today. If not, hey, it's again always great to learn additional information. So again, I hope you guys learned something new. Please let me know if you can't hear me, if you can't see me, if you can't hear a video. I'd appreciate that. So this is our disclaimer. WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any applications or topics made by WildTech, including but not limited to mobile and device applications and any social media pages maintained by the WildTech DC Senior iPad program, its owners or presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. Thank you so much for letting me read the disclaimer. Today, we'll be covering what is Juneteenth. So just a little history and of course, other things as well. We're gonna be covering 3 apps today. One is called Alchemy. The second is called Haiti. And the last but not least is Color Noir. So, and last but not least, we're gonna have an overview and discussion. How are you gonna celebrate Juneteenth this year? Any questions you have to me about the apps, what we learned, any comments? That is when we will have our main discussion. Again, please raise your hand if you have a question. And if you'd like to, you can also put in the chat and then I'll may be able to see it and answer it if time permits. Well, let's go ahead and get started. So what is Juneteenth? Juneteenth is a holiday celebrated on June 19th annually. This holiday is sometimes referred to as Freedom Day because it celebrates the day when enslaved African Americans in Texas were finally informed of their freedom. The term Freedom Day reflects the significance and joyous nature of the occasion as it marks the end of slavery and the pursuit of freedom for all African Americans. Juneteenth has its roots in the history of slavery and emancipation in the United States. So it first started off with the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all enslaved individuals in Confederate states were to be set free. However, due to the ongoing Civil War, the news and enforcement of this proclamation were delayed in some areas. And then we come to Juneteenth on June 19th, 1865. So again, if you notice, the proclamations was in 63. The actual date of this occurring is 65. So that's just kind of crazy in and of itself. On June 19th, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, which announced the end of slavery and that all enslaved individuals were free. As soon as this happened, there was a celebration and spread awareness. African Americans in Texas began celebrating Juneteenth that follows year as a day of jubilation and community gathering. As time went on, the celebration spread to other states as African Americans migrated to other regions. These celebrations and observances grew in popularity throughout the 20th century. Efforts were made to preserve and promote the holiday, and in 1980, Texas became the first state to recognize it as an official state holiday. Many states have followed suit, of course. And finally, on June 17th, 2021, President Joe Biden signed a bill making Juneteenth a federal holiday, officially recognizing its significance and importance in American history. So that's a quick summary of the origins of this day, and it's just amazing to see how far we've come in just that amount of time. So hopefully you learned something new. The impact of Juneteenth in Black Americans. So if you look at this table, before Juneteenth, literacy rates were at 5%, after 75%. They didn't even have data on home ownership, but after Juneteenth, it was about 35%, something better than nothing, right? Of course, voting rights were limited before, but after they were free, it expanded. The life expectancy of Black Americans increased substantially, as you can see. And, yes, the poverty rates and representation in Congress, you can see just the difference of these numbers after this event happened or this occurred. So this is, again, very instrumental in allowing these folks to be free and to live as themselves. Quickly again, the most important dates of Juneteenth: on the 1st of 1863 in January, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation declaring all slaves in Confederate held territory to be free. 2 years and some change later, Robert E. Lee on April 9th, 1865 surrendered at Appomattox, effectively ending the Civil War. And then just 2 months later, Union General Gordon Granger announced that all slaves in Texas were free, marking the official end of slavery in the United States. So again, 2-year difference. That's, just something to think about. I usually like to find a quote that resonated with me. And, because we were talking about, words and etymology last week, this one came to me. It's by Leslie Wilson, a history professor at Montclair State University. He said that early on, the spelling of the holiday was not yet fixed, often appearing as Juneteenth, Juneteenth, or Juneteenth. The Dictionary of American Regional English records records another variant Texan form, June the 10th. The legend is that the 10th is because the news is delivered on different days to different groups. So, that made me really think about the actual word and the meanings of itself. So would someone like to comment on this quote and how it made them feel?
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can speak, Anne.
Okay. It made me feel really downhearted. And then it let me know that today that would not be the truth. It would be that like we found out news about Trump and it was on the news, and I'm sure that 3 million people knew about it by the time that the newscast went off. So we living in such a different world, and that must have been very odd back then. You had to rely on the Pony Express people and the word of mouth, and how long it took a troop to move from even a few miles down the road where we drive a car and get there in an hour and a half, where it took them like a day and a half. So it just makes you think about what a different kind of world we're living in, and how if this
Mhm.
important news would have reached us if we were living in a more modern world.
Oh, yes,
If they,
I agree with that. Thank you so much for that, Anne.
Mhm.
and
Yes.
do you mean if they at that time were living in a more modern world?
Yeah, if they had more
Communication better than
communication skills,
right.
or ways that we have now, and it's hard for me to adjust now, even and I was born in 46, so I've seen a lot of different things happen. I never thought I'd be talking into a box looking at people that is in their house. So
Yeah, that's true. Well,
mhm.
I just want to add on to what you were saying about that. Believe it or not, in the South, they don't always get the same news that we are fortunate to get in our area where we,
Mhm.
Mhm.
because I know before the pandemic, my daughter and I were down to Florida 3 years in a row celebrating my birthday each year, and we would take a cruise, but we would always be down there at least a week altogether, a week before or afterwards. And we found out that they don't get the same news that we get up here, and a lot of times down in the South, they're still behind times because they don't know. They intentionally don't express the news down there in those areas like they do here. So we're
No,
very
you're
privileged and
right.
very fortunate to be able to receive that now.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right.
Mm.
They're still living in there's a time frame,
It
especially when you're dealing with stuff that's critical to the whole country knowing, and a lot
absolutely,
of times they get this stuff like 2 or 3 days later.
if at all, to
If
tell the
all,
truth.
that's right.
Yeah,
Mm.
Because
yeah,
the people who are running the government in that area choose to put out what they want out.
absolutely. And
And
then
I don't know about Florida, but I sure know about Louisiana. And
Louisiana,
yes,
Georgia,
oh
Georgia,
my God, Jesus, it's like living in the twilight zone.
and then Georgia is it's a good example of it as well. But
Mm-hmm.
South Carolina, North Carolina, well, North Carolina too.
All
But
up the Delta
Southern
Belt,
Belt. Yeah,
including
Yeah, Delta
the
Belt.
Southern
Yeah,
Belt, the Southern Belt. Yeah.
because
Mhm.
Janelle and I, he went to a gig down there, and I thought I was back in the day.
I know.
It was so bad,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
people
Mhm.
were so slow. I was like, oh my God. I was so glad to get up out of there. Also, the Appalachians have the same kind of problem too.
That's true. That's true.
Oh,
Mhm. The
yes.
Appalachians, they're only like an hour from us. So,
Yeah, well, West Virginia is no better.
yep,
No.
West Virginia, that's in the app.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right in the middle of all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Unfortunately,
that's
And
just so
it's
great that
to
go ahead, Anne.
just to be able to share the news.
Yes.
Sometimes I think I'm a news reporter from Missouri, Louisiana, because they call me daily to find out what the weather's gonna be and what's going on in the country.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy how, nowadays it's so easy to share information at just the press of a button. Back then, people didn't have that luxury, or it wasn't available to them. So, we got to be really grateful that we're able to just communicate so easily, with
By
each
all
other
means,
nowadays, and to, just be able to stay up on top of things. It's so important nowadays. So,
that's true.
But
yes, thank you so much. I'm
but
gonna
you just wonder how those people felt when somebody finally told them they were free, and others had been freed like for months.
Oh yeah, I
And
mean
that's something to think
that
about.
too.
That's something
It might have
something
been
to really.
years.
Yeah, it
It
might
might have
have
been
been.
it
Yeah,
might have been years.
Yeah, you're right.
everything is nothing is ever 100% foolproof. So like just like this quote says that some folks may have heard it before than others or after others. And it's just, So yes, thank you so much for everyone's comments. We really appreciate it. So if you have anything to say about the quote or what we learned, please wait until the end so that way we can review everything. But yes, let's get into our apps today so that we can, all better ourselves in many different ways. So our first app of the day is called Alchemy. So pretty cool how they spell it. It's a Black mental health app. Alchemy Health is the destination for the Black community to access the wellness tools needed to empower, heal, inspire, and thrive today while improving generational health for tomorrow. Alchemy tackles issues that are historically left unaddressed by health tech, such as intergenerational trauma, systemic racism, and microaggressions. Some topics covered include stress and anxiety, grief and loss, self-awareness and development, gratitude and joy, family and friend dynamics, and more. So lots of very important topics that we definitely need to review ourselves. So when you open the Alchemy app, this is what your home screen will look like. You'll able to see the explore button. So you basically the home page where you can browse available videos by topic. The second button at the bottom. So again, the navigation bar is right here, really easy to navigate. You can search by keyword or video or collection. The next button is the library button and the profile button. So in order to watch these videos, you need to create an account. Very easy to do so. I'll show you once we get into the app. But on the library button, you can view content you want to watch later, and you can see your synced offline videos. And the profile button, you can just adjust your app settings, your account settings. So it's very simple. So again, when you want to download an app, you go to the App Store. And then in the search bar, you're going to search for the name of the app. So the app is called Alchemy Black Mental Health. And it's the very first one at the top left, Alchemy Black Mental Health. So again, we're going to open the app and see how it works. But it's a great resource that guys should definitely check out. So when you start the app, this is what it looks like. Starts watching Alchemy Black Mental Health. So you can hit explore content and not create an account, but you need to, you won't be able to watch any videos. So I would just say creating that free account is the easiest. So when you hit create free account, all you do is type in your name, your email, and you create a password. And that way you sign up and you create your free account. So very easy to do so. Just make sure you either write down your password in a safe place or put it in keychain like you guys learned about these past few weeks. So again, create your account, but I'm gonna go ahead and log in. Let's see. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys how it looked like when you first opened the app. And the great thing with the passwords is that even if you forget it or if it's not in your keychain, you can get a login link. So it's very easy to access. So go ahead and type it in. And there you go. Once you're logged in, it says, thank you, you're ready to start watching. You can allow Alchemy to track your activity. It's up to you. And then up here, it says, do you want to be notified whenever new content is added? Sure, I want to know when a new video is uploaded. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit allow because it says Alchemy like to send you notifications. So really quick, we're gonna watch their video about their company and their founder, and very important to watch. So can you guys hear that?
I am Ryan Mundy, founder and CEO of Alchemy Health. I believe in the fundamental truth that a healthy life starts with a healthy mind. Alchemy is a digital platform that turns conversations and ideas into proactive steps towards a healthier, stronger, and more sustainable future. So what I've noticed and believe to be true is that we've all experienced individual trauma, some of which has been passed down from generation to generation. Conversations are being had, people are talking about mental health. Alchemy Health will also be creating a culture of consciousness and normalizing a proactive approach towards a healthy mind. Our mission at Alchemy is to become the universal healthcare provider for the Black community. That's not a one-year thing, that's not a two-year thing, we're talking generational. And I'm in it for the long haul. And the longest journey begins with a single step, and I look forward to taking that first step with you. Let's make alchemy.
You all were able to hear that, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Do you find yourself in an environment where you're the only one, or one of few?
Many of my clients didn't understand that their reactions were not because they were crazy. It was because they had a dysregulated nervous system rooted in trauma.
The purpose of this conversation is to speak about the importance of recognition and acknowledgement.
But here's the secret that you can tell the world. This idea of not airing your dirty laundry reinforces intergenerational trauma.
We call this finding freedom.
I hope you grabbed a comfy seat and an open mind.
Let's take a moment.
Let's make alchemy.
Let's make alchemy.
Let's make alchemy.
So yes, that's a little bit about what they're striving for. And as you can see, there are many different videos that you are able to watch and learn from. Definitely great, like yoga for restoration, like sleep and rest support. Like, hey, I would want to watch all of them. Definitely very important. Mindful nutrition, always good to learn more about that. Workplace wellness, if any of you are still working, those would be some great videos as well. General mental well-being. And they have different playlists. So look, they're about 7, 8, 9 minutes long. And you may not expect what you get with this app. So here's the explore button again. You can explore different videos that are available. You see that this playlist right here is 5 minutes or less. There's always time to meditate, enjoy this collection for quick relief. For search, you can again search for videos. So let's see what happens when we type in mental. So mental health awareness, recognizing mental health stress, overcoming mental health stigmas. Like again, that's really important. They have collections and videos that you can select and see different videos as well. The library section, if you watching a video and you want to add it to your library, you can. And then for the profile section, again, you can change like the display name. You can change your settings. Like if you want to make it light, you just hit enable light theme. If you want to keep it dark. So there are different settings available that you can mess around with. But yes, I think this is a great app just to get these lessons and new words of wisdom. So that is the Alchemy app. The second app we're covering today is called Haiti, Black News and Podcasts. So Haiti is a Black-owned and personalized news app highlighting Black culture and Black publishers into one feed, and is the easiest way to stay up to date on news and information that matters to you. Some features include breaking news and analysis, exclusive interviews, headlines and videos. There are daily local headlines, sports, events, and more taking place in the Black community. And there are over 200 aggregated, so put together, Black publishers and news outlets across the United States. When you open the app, again, this is what it looks like. You can sign up to save articles into folders if you so choose to, but you don't have to. So it's a great app. When you open the app, and just follow the prompts on the screen. This is what your home screen should look like. If you look at the top left, if you create an account, that you can adjust app and account settings. At the top right, you see there's the magnifying glass that usually again means there's a search bar. You tap on that to search for a story by category, by keyword. So that is the top portion. As you can see, we're in the news button right now. So the bottom left, you see we're in the news section. So this is basically the home page where you can view articles by category. So you can view it by like Africa or business and finance, Caribbean, entertainment, etc. It gives you a did you know? So when I took this screenshot on Monday, this was the fact of did you know today in Black history. So again, great pieces of knowledge right there. And you get to see all the different stories that are available. The podcast button, you can listen to popular podcasts, so podcasts within the app. And you can also, again, browse by category. The videos button, you can explore news by video. So you can either read the news, listen to the news, or watch the news, which is great. And the last two buttons, again, are your, if you have an account, you can have a following button. You can check or uncheck categories of publishers based on what you want to see. And there is the My Folders button. So you can browse your created folders. So you can actually create a folder within the app of certain articles under a certain category. And it'll also show you the articles that you saved as well. When you're inside of an article, this is what it will look like. It goes to the actual article. And it's pretty simple to navigate. You have a back button at the top left. Once you're done reading the article, you can hit back and go back to the main screen. And at the bottom right, there are three buttons that you can use as well. The first is the thumbs up button. You can thumbs up the article. You can share the button by hitting the share, the arrow, which again, usually means the share button. You can add the article to your folder. You can share it through iMessage or mail. Or you can copy the link to paste it anywhere you like. And last but not least is that folder button. So again, you can also add an article to a new or an already existing folder. So that is general overview of the Haiti app. So again, we go to the App Store and then we're just searching for the name of the app. So Haiti, H-A-Y-T-I. So it's right here, Haiti Black News and Podcasts. And again, you can download and open the app. So when you open the app, I recommend that you have your iPad vertically. Horizontally, it doesn't bug out, but you'll have this screen at the bottom where you can get rid of it when you're able to. So when you first open the app, you might see an ad, you might see some prompts. So don't get flustered. Just first follow the prompt and then get rid of the ad. So again, it's saying, do you want to allow this app to track your activity? That's up to you. And then we're going to continue to the app. So again, this is free. So there are going to be some ads on this app. As you can see, it looks like the podcast is at the bottom, even though we just opened the app. So it's a bug. What you do is whenever anything you see is like going wrong or something that you don't want to see on the screen, you can double tap your home button and close the app and then open it again. See, it got rid of that bar. So welcome to Haiti. Find daily news from all your favorite Black publishers in one app. So again, you can create an account. I would recommend using your Apple ID, very easy just to sign in with it. Or you can continue as a guest if you'd like. So look, another ad at the top right, continue the app. And look, when you hit this X right here, because you can invite people to also download the app. Again, there's the account button at the top left, and there's the search button at the top right. So you see in the news section today in Black History, Wednesday, June 14th, 2023. On this day in 1908, Blind Tom Wiggins joined the Ancestors. He was an American musical prodigy on the piano and was the first African-American man to perform at the White House. So I didn't know that. Cool information. So as you can see in the news section, you can look at all the different news. I would recommend to do it by filter, because as you can see, there's a lot of different stuff on here. So I would want to look at maybe the food and travel section. So when I hit food and travel, you get to learn about Walmart, New York City, how to make slow cooker mashed potatoes, different articles that you can read, like cucumber and tomato salad. I would want to make that. So let's look at the article. You can simply tap on it. Again, it opens the article in their website, and you can then browse it based on what you like. So this is the recipe. You can read a little bit about the recipe, which is great. Again, just ignore the ads at the bottom and just go ahead and read the article that you so choose. So like, they give you the ingredients, they give you the steps, they give you some information too on it. So really great information.
Yeah.
Again, at the bottom right, you can thumbs up the article. If you have an account, you can share the article either to a folder, again, if you have an account, or just sharing it by message or mail. You can copy the link. And again, you can hit that folder button to save it to a particular folder. But look, there's news. Let's go to another one, home and living. So you can read more about home and living, like this Paris Fashion Week, different types of news, which is great. It's always good to look at different topics and categories. Like technology, this is cool. 9-year-old tech guru Elvis Maturi teaches computer hacks on TikTok. This may be the thing that Diane was talking about. But there's information right here. You get to look. Apple unveiled 3500 Vision Pro goggles. Yeah, they did just do that. So you can read more information about that. All of that stuff, which is really interesting. When I hit podcasts, look, different podcasts that you can listen to from the app. So diaspora food stories, the cheffish, that's cool to read. More articles, more news. And look, they even categorize the podcast. So you can learn a lot of stuff about Africa, arts and culture, Black history in different forms, business. Look at all this stuff. Kids, even kids and family, like that's cool. Mental health, motherhood, music, news and politics. So there is never a shortage of information. Videos, same thing, you can look at videos about what's going on. Again, it's always good just to be mindful of what's going on, but just to, keep it moving, right? But yeah, following the button, you get to see which ones you followed. Your folders button, same thing, you get to see which ones you've saved to your folder if you create an account. But that is, again, another app that you can use to see what's going on in the Black community. Last but not least for today, if the presentation comes back up. Give me a second, you guys. There we go. The last app that we're going to be talking about today is called Color Noir, Zen art for Black culture. Color Noir will take you through a massive array of pictures ranging from novice to master level, allowing you to explore every imaginable category, from people to mandalas to birds to flowers and many, many more. Join millions of people rediscovering the soothing bliss of coloring through this inclusive mobile app. And I actually took a look at the reviews of this app, and this one, stuck out to me. She said, first off, representation matters. I'm so in love with the designs, the people, the patterns, and the inclusivity Color Noir offers. And she says some other great things as well. But yes, this is basically a Black coloring book. This is what your home screen looks like. When you open the app, very easy to access. At the top left, you have a settings button. You can adjust app settings. And if you look here on the home screen, these are the different categories available for different drawings. So look, view pictures by category. Most are free, especially the people but some of these are paid if you like additional versions. So I know people, there's majority of them are free, but for the other categories, there'll be like 2 or 3 that are available. But there's a lot to do in even one picture, so I wouldn't even worry about that. But yes, this is going to be your coloring screen. So when you start a picture, at the top left, you see there's a book button, or it is basically the home button. You can go back to the home screen or the back button. In the middle, where it says color noir, you see a back arrow and a front arrow. That's an undo, redo. So that's how you undo and redo your work. And then the check mark button right here at the top right, that is how you save or share your work. So if you want to save it to your photos on your iPad, you can do that. You can share your picture with others. Again, you can do that as well. At the bottom left, you see there's a color wheel button. You can change the range of colors you're using. So right now, these are like skin tones right here, but there are different colors available. And at the bottom right, you see there's a paint button, and if you tap on it, it'll become a pencil button. So you can change your drawing medium. You can either have the paint button like now to, cover that whole section, or you can do the pencil button where you can literally use your hand, your finger, or your Apple Pencil to draw or color it in. When you hit the check mark button at the top right, again, this is what your sharing screen will look like. Very easy. Once you're done with your drawing, or even before, you can share to Facebook. You can download the image.
That's so cool.
Yeah, you can post it to Instagram. And again, if you hit those 3 dots, you can share it through message, through mail, and save the image. So there are different ways that you can share your work. So again, you go to the App Store, and at the bottom left, you hit the search button, and you type in color noir, N-O-I-R. When you tap it, it's right here at the top right, Color Noir, adult coloring book. And if you see the preview, look what you're able to do. That's so great, right? So
Yes.
Let's download it and and open it. When you open it, again, would like to send notifications. Cool, maybe there's a new picture I'll be let known about. Look, find your peace and relaxation, colors, shades, culture, beauty, specifically for you. And there are hundreds of images to unleash creativity. So let's get started. So when you open the app, yes, there are additional images that you can pay for. It's up to you, but I'm just good with the free stuff. But we're gonna hit the X, and look, again, the settings button up here. You can change certain settings like smart borders or sound effects and things of that nature. But essentially, the whole app is right here. There are people that you can color. There are animals. So like this one has 2 that are free. But look, that goat right there, if that's a goat, it'll take forever. But that's sweet. There are flowers that you can do, like holiday. Oops. I accidentally opened an image. So most of the time there, again, because this is a free app, you need an ad. So make sure you hit the X mark on the ad. But look, once you open an image, you're right here and you're ready to start coloring in. Let's find one that's a little more less difficult. So look, kids, they even have a kids section. So if you want to have your grandkid around, they can easily do these. Even me. Let me do one. Let me do one of these. But
Grammarly Business's Secure AI helps you do more with confidence.
If you see any
thanks
ads,
to insightful prompts and suggestions.
Again, just make sure you hit close or the X mark, but it's very simple. Every color you can think of. I'm gonna make, let's do this one. So let's make, so again, I have the paint button on. You see it switches at the bottom right. You have the paint and the pencil. So if I hit paint, you see that whole section's already filled in. So I'm just, again, using my finger and tapping on the section. You can even make the background. You see I'm just tapping. I can switch it back and forth. Let's make the background blue. Let's go back to yellow. Let's do that section. Let's change it to a different color. Let's do this kind of burgundy looking color. It's literally, you can do anything in imaginable. I'm just picking random colors to put in. Let's do this green. Let's make his leg green. Let's go to another one. Right here, let's do this orange. Let's do that. And then let's say we want to make his arms halfway. So instead of the paint, I'm going to do the pencil. And look, if I go to this color right here, and you can also zoom in too, look, you can actually like color it in. Isn't that cool? So you can make
Yes,
that
it is.
part right there. And then let's make the other section red, just because. So you can do that. Let's go to another color. And let's do his other arms. So his other arm's gonna be green. And you see, even if I'm putting my finger in the blue section, it doesn't, it fills in, it doesn't go over the line. That's just so soothing, right? You don't even have to think about that aspect. And let's make the other portion purple. So yeah, you can zoom in and zoom out. You can save it, or you can share it. You can do whatever you like with it. So let's save it as it is. I'll probably work on it later. You hit the top right check mark button. So look, Color Noir would like access to your photos. So great, make sure you hit allow access to all photos. And look, you can hit the save button right here, the second button at the bottom. So it automatically says success, drawing saved to camera roll. If you hit the 3 dots, you can then, if it worked, sometimes this pops up. Yeah, great, okay. There you go. When you hit those 3 dots, like you can copy the image. Again, you can mail it, you can save the image, you can even print it, you can put it pretty much anywhere you'd like. So let's hit done. So
this app will change your life. So if you're a student or professional, you type a lot, and occasionally
ad or two, as long as the app is free. But look, you can go back to it and work on it more, and etc. So look, these patterns are cool. Oh, there's butterfly. There's a mandala you can do. I like the first one right here. There's fashion. So look, the teacup with the hair. I love it. These birds are cool. Flowers. Animals, and especially people, and they have with people, you see there are many options. There's pretty much unlimited people that you can do. So
well, Alex, if you color in one of these pictures, can you print it out?
Yes, when you hit those 3 dots, there's the print option if you'd like to.
Okay.
So let's do this one real quick.
Grammarly Business's Secure AI helps you do more with confidence, thanks to insightful prompts and suggestions.
Add, and look, so literally you can make it whatever color you'd like. And again, you can zoom in and then either have the paint option or the pencil option. But look, I'm gonna make this flower.
Alex, how do they know what part of the flower you want to paint? Do you tap on that part of the flower?
You're literally using your finger and just tapping on the section that you want to be filled. So it's very easy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so let's go to yellow. Let's make this section yellow. So again, I'm just using my finger and just tapping on the sections. And then let's make the petals, whatever color you'd like. There are no wrong, there's no wrong art. So look, I'm just tapping, and this is quite relaxing. So look, there's one flower, just a couple more to go. Well, look, let's do some leaves. So again, I'm just tapping, and look, let's say I want to make this 2-color leaf. Let's do the paint option or the pencil option. Let me go in here, make this half green and this half green, and let's make the other part of the leaf yellow. So look, again, using this paint option, anything looks good, and then you can just keep going. Just using your finger, like you're literally finger painting. That's what it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
It's
and it just
fun.
brings back memories.
It is relaxing.
So look at that two-colored leaf. Really no effort, just just having fun. So again, you can hit done by hitting that check mark. You can save it if you'd like. You can share it. You can print it. You can assign it. You can do whatever you like with that image. And take some time before you go to bed, or the first thing you wake up is to color and relax, because we all need some type of relaxation during the day or forms of stress relief. So this is what I would use the app for. So I hope that was.
You can make it your virtual background.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's an image, so you can do again anything you'd like with it.
Discover
So
a better drawing experience in Clip Studio Paint.
So again, I don't mind any ads, as long as I get to take advantage of the feature. So yes, those are 3 apps for Juneteenth and for you guys to explore. So again, we're going to have our overview and discussion. Why is learning about Juneteenth important? So one, if you have a question, again, please raise your hand or put it in the chat. And if you do, I'd like you to answer one or more of these. So 1, what is one new fact that you learned today? 2, what app or apps are you interested in trying out? How will you celebrate Juneteenth this year? And why is it important for us to learn about the history of Juneteenth? So, and before I answer again, I really enjoyed presenting for you all today. So, and learning about these apps and the history. So thanks so much for attending. The first hand I'll answer is Kim. Hi, Kim, how are you?
Hi, Alice. Good morning. How you doing? Good morning to everybody. I have several questions, but I'm gonna try to do just one. What is one of the things that I learned today about Juneteenth is that it's very important to know about our culture and to learn new things. And I thank you for the apps that you showed us today. I didn't even know anything about those apps. The coloring apps is really awesome. But can you use a stiletto? I might be pronouncing the name wrong. Can you use that pen to color in?
Yeah, you can use a stylus, because you see you can either have the paint option where you can just tap and it fills the whole section in for you, or you can use the pencil option where you can again use your finger literally to draw it in. But yeah, I would, the stylus would work. It depends on what stylus you're using, because some of the areas are quite small where you might have to zoom in. But yeah, I would try it out and see whatever works best for you.
Okay, and can you make that, when you do your pictures and color it in, can you write on it and make it like a postcard to send it to somebody?
Sure. What you can do is actually, which I've shown on here before, when you save the photo to your Photos app, in the Photos app, you can actually write stuff on it or edit stuff. So again, I go into the Photos app. This is the one that I just did. You hit edit when you're in the picture. So again, you can tap and it either the menu goes away or not. You can hit edit. And then if you look and see, there's a pencil icon at the top. When you tap on that, you can then mark up the picture, and you can hit this plus button right here and actually add text. So you see I can move the text around.
That is so cool. Oh my God.
I can make it a different color right here. So now the text is white, and then you can double tap on it and say hello or anything. You can draw on it. So there's hello.
Oh, wow.
You can draw more on it if you'd like. So just you can add your own pizzazz too to your image and save it. So yes, you're able to write on it in the Photos app. Once you have saved it there, you can do it for any image that you have in there. You can edit it to your heart's desire. Okay.
Okay, and Alice, I'm sorry, this is the last question. When you download the app, I noticed it says open, it doesn't say get. What do that mean?
Yeah, open means that you've got the app. So if it says get, that means you haven't downloaded it yet.
So
but
it's already on my iPad?
Yeah, whatever app that you're referring to, then yes. If it says open, that means you either just downloaded it or you already downloaded it.
Yeah, the Haiti one. I never downloaded it.
So, as long as it says open, that means it's downloaded and you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Love you.
No problem. Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you for your great questions. You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next up is Brenda. Hi, Brenda. How's it
Hey,
going?
Alex, what I learned today, I didn't know, I've heard of Juneteenth, but that I didn't know the steps that happened to get to that point, where those slaves were freed. As far as the general going there, almost 2 months later to let them know that they were free. So, I mean, that was good information to know. Now, as far as the alchemy, you know if this creator is related to our Dr. Monday?
Oh
his
no, I
last
didn't.
name is Monday, so I said, maybe there's some relation there, some kind of way.
Oh wow, I didn't think of that. If we have some time, we can definitely watch one of those 5-minute ones or less if you guys want to, since we have some time. If we go through the hands and we have some time, I can show one of those quick less than 5-minute videos. Okay. Okay, but I hope you enjoyed, Brenda.
Oh, I did, and I love the color Noel.
I know you would,
because I'm all into the coloring and stuff. I really like that, and plus my granddaughter, she's a little budding artist, so she would love that. Can select her own colors and tap on it. So yeah. I'm definitely going to be using that. And I like the Haiti too, because I was looking at some of the stuff you were passing, like Tyler Perry about the Bob BET. What?
Yeah, yes.
So I want to see that too. So.
Oh yeah, it's definitely entertaining.
Yes, I'm going to download all of these. Yes.
Oh, great. No problem. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much, Brenda. Let me know if you need anything else, all right?
Alex. Good morning to everyone. Well, I got to go to the doctor, so I enjoyed this presentation today, but I won't be able to make it to the evening one. So, yeah, I have to go have some tests done. So, I'm glad I at least got to do this one this morning. And yes, I do a lot of the coloring too. They got Christian ones, they got cartoons, they got the country sites, they got the water, they got all different ones. And I've been doing them for years. I love them. So I just won't be able to see. I won't be able to see y'all this evening, but you all have a blessed and wonderful day. And I love you all.
Oh, good luck with everything, Mr. Rosemary. Thank you for letting us know. And
love you too, Rosemary.
I'm glad that you got in today. So again, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Y'all have a good one.
You too.
You too.
Yes. Next up is Lynette. Hi, Lynette. How are you?
Good morning, Alex and everybody. I really like all of these apps, the Haiti, and I'm going to explore that more. And I like the Color Noir because I like some of the other people on board. I have a big book of those things that I've done over the years. And this is really cool because you can, I like the way you showed how we can put different colors in it and we can put our own personal touch to it, So, and I started installing it while you were talking, but I have to go downstairs to get my Apple ID. But I like the fact that you bring all these different apps to us that I never heard about. And so I like it a lot and I download a lot of them. So thank you very much, Alex.
Oh, no problem. That means a lot to me. And it's so fun. I swear I learn something every day doing this work. So, it just helps me stay level-headed and, knowledge is power. So you feel real good when you learn something new. So I'm so happy for you to say that. And thanks so much. Just, always let me know if you need anything. And, if you have another question, feel free to raise your hand, okay?
All right, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Next up is Yvonne. Hi, Yvonne. How's it going?
Going well. Thank you so much, Alex. I agree with everything that's been said. You choose the most interesting apps. And I think I'd like to have all three of them on my iPad. Yes, and you were asking why is it important that we learn about Juneteenth, but Black history is American history. And so why should we not? The question is, why not learn our history? That's the question, not why should we learn it, or why not?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so I like all three of these, and my daughter just retired, so she's been doing some things for relaxation, just painting with the, she has the pencils, colored pencils, but I'm going to share the noir, what is it, the coloring one with her, because that is so cool, and I just might need some help putting some lettering to a picture or something like that. I'm not quite sure I grasped that when you were explaining it.
Oh yeah.
I'll download it to my photo gallery, and then I'd like to be able to write something on it. I think that would really be quite exciting.
Oh yes, that's it's I'm so glad to hear that, and congrats on your daughter's retirement. That's a great stuff.
You.
So she learned from the best. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind. Thank you. I'm always sharing things with her, and she's looking for some ways to relax. She was an attorney, and she had a very stressful job, and so now she's trying to find some things that will allow her to be creative. And even as a child, I have a painting that she did when she was 3 years old. So she's always loved art.
Oh yes, I love it. So I mean, we've gone through several different art apps, over the course of these Wednesdays. So yeah, just share them with her. They're very relaxing. So the Color Noir, the Zen Color, the art set, the jigsaws are really cool. All of those apps are very much relaxing. So yes, please share them, and she'll definitely appreciate it. Oh, no problem, Yvonne. Thank you, and I look forward to you on Friday.
Thank you.
Yes. So thank you so much, Yvonne. Next up is Anne. Hi, Anne. How's it going?
Hi, Alex. I can only piggyback on what everybody has said. I personally want to thank you for giving me an outlet to relax, and you bring me so much interesting things that I'm up in the night doing different stuff. So I thank you so much. I learned a lot. I'm really interested in this color noir, and I'm interested in the how you say it, Haiti.
Yeah, Haiti, just like the country, Haiti.
Okay, yeah. That seems really interesting. But you are a jewel in a crown, and you give me so much. I'm always looking for outlets and keeping my mind alert. So you always give me something new to do, and I learn something new every day. So I keep coming back, even when we're going over the modules, because it gives me a chance to pick up. You always pick up on something you might have missed.
Amen.
So thank you very much for doing this for us. It's a joy and a pleasure when you bring us all these different things to learn and to do. So I want to just tell you, God bless you, and thank you again from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, thank you. You're gonna make me shed a tear, Anne. Thank you. No, it's fun. I mean, it's like I always say, life is really, it has to be a two-way street with whoever, you really, get in contact with, that we just want to help each other, and it helps me just by doing this work and learning more and, just steadily improving. And it's always great to hear that you guys are like using the apps, and there's just so much going on. So it's always nice to have an outlet, like Anne said, and everyone else said, an outlet, something positive to do. Just making sure that we're just always looking at the great things versus the not so great things. So
Amen.
Thank you so much, Ann. I really appreciate
Well,
that.
well, you know, I always give credit where credit is due, Alex. So that's my mother always told me. Always give credit where credit is due. So God bless you and keep on doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I
I appreciate
you as well, Alex. You know, it's like all this information that you give us, and this was wonderful today.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh,
yes,
thank you.
So informative, and I enjoy the coloring anyway. It's like coming out of the world and creating your own space.
Yes, yes.
You know,
Oh my
no
goodness.
nonsense, no anything. Just melt away. You know,
yes.
enjoy peace and quiet, and nothing can penetrate it. And I love that feeling, and that's why I do so much of the coloring,
yes,
and painting and stuff. But it's a joy, I'm telling you. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart as well. I piggyback on what everyone else has said, and I just enjoy it. I enjoy it. I'm glad you came into my life. God is good.
Yes, he is. Amen.
Thank you. I'm glad that I get to speak with you all, and you know, you guys are just like a little community of my own, and I just, you know, I cherish it every day. You know, you never know when you know, you may say something that will, you know, put the spark in your head or the light bulb over your head and make everything connect. So, you know, it happened for me a lot in life. So, you know, I hope to instill that in others. So thank you so much, Betty and Ann. I appreciate you so much.
And Alex, it's
you.
Also the way you explain it, you take time and explain it step by step by step. And that makes a big difference.
Yes.
Oh, wow. You all are so kind. And yeah, I just want to, you know, make it as easy, because I understand that, you know, not everything just comes like that, you know, for anybody in certain, you know, topics or areas, even myself included. I sometimes maybe like, hey, slow down. Like, you know, I need to understand it. So, you know, I definitely understand that. So I'm always happy to go over something again, because yeah, again, our time is precious. So again, thank you all so much for your
Thank
you, Alex. This is Rita again.
Keep on expanding that
so
young mind of yours so you can keep on helping the older generation. Thank you.
This is Rita again. Thank you so much. And you know what? I'm mad with myself about so much I have missed.
It's okay. It's okay, Miss Rita. You're not, you know, it's that happens to many folks, you know, in life. So it's all about, you know, coming back at the right time, and you sure did, because, you know, I'm a way better oiled machine than I was just a few months ago. So, you know, the later you come, the better it's going to be. So,
well, I'm going to try to keep it up, and thank you so much. It was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Rita. Yes, thank you so much. Miss Sheila, hi, Miss Sheila, did you have a question, or would you like to answer one of these?
Yeah, I do have a question. I piggyback what they said. I also enjoyed this one. This one was very enlightening. But before I can put anything else down, I like to get rid of some of the stuff that I already got open. And I know you told me how to close it, but for the sake of, I've been in the hospital, I can't remember a thing.
Okay. So are you talking about closing the apps or deleting the apps?
No, just closing the ones that I have open.
Yes. So I could show that really quick. You need to access the multitasking screen. In order to access that screen, you double tap on the home button. When you double tap, you should see this screen with all the different open apps. If you want to close an app, you simply just swipe up on it like that, and that closes the app. So again, if you're looking on my screen, these are all of the apps that I've recently opened. The more recent in the beginning, the less recent towards the end. So again, when you want to close an app, you just swipe up on it like this, and that's how you close the app. Again, you do it in case there's you know, something like not moving or it's not responding, and that way you can then close it in that
So
method,
how
okay?
come when I double tap the home screen, I get nothing but the screen? It doesn't
Yeah.
go anywhere. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, so you gotta make sure you hit the home button. So again, the little circular button above where you plug your iPad into charge, you have to double tap it. So really quick, like do. Like you gotta hit it like that, and then this multitasking screen should open up, okay?
That's what I've been trying to do. Oh, wait a
Yeah.
minute. Maybe. Oh, ooh, I saw it. Yeah.
Yes. So just, once you get used to it, you'll be able to open it very easily.
I got it now. I got it now. Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, that's how you do it, okay?
Thank you.
No problem, Miss Sheila. Let me know if you need anything else, all right?
Okay.
Next up is Miss Jackie. Go ahead and unmute, Jackie. So go ahead and hit unmute in the middle. Miss Jackie, if you're able to hear us, I'll see you when you unmute, okay? Miss Stephanie, how's it going, Miss Stephanie?
Things are going well, Alex. Thank you. I want to thank you very much for the information on Juneteenth, because I was actually clueless about Juneteenth. And I knew that it was declared a federal holiday because I've worked all my life, but I never knew what Juneteenth was about. And I have been enlightened by this lesson here today. And it meant so much to me to find out, but we have to realize, that times and spaces was so very different back then, was so very different. And it may have taken a while for some of the slaves to find out they were freed, which people feel as though it was really uncool. Everybody should have known all at once, but they couldn't get the information to them all at once. But this was the case of better late than never.
Yes.
And I truly applaud, that they did get the information, because guess what? If they didn't, they could have been down there forever, still slaving, picking cotton, picking tobacco and that sort of stuff, and I'm just so grateful. I'm very grateful that they found out, and I'm grateful that you gave this lecture today on Juneteenth, because I was clueless. All I ever did was worked, and I'm just so thankful that I'm taking the time out for myself now. I look forward to these. I look forward to the daily sessions that you all have. It has truly been a blessing in my life. And peace and blessings to you, Alex. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, Miss Stephanie. I'm so glad I was able, to get you started, and, just to see you on. It's, it just, I'm so thankful for your participation, and, but that's what we do. We inform. We got to inform, because not everybody knows, what you may expect them to know in different areas and such. So that's why for, these lessons, I try to cover as many different topics available, because again, you never know what you're going to learn. So thank you so much for, saying that. And, others could definitely resonate with what you said as well. Myself, like working all my life, yes, there are so many folks that weren't able to, again, like you said, do things for yourself. They just had to work and provide a, living to whoever or themselves, really. So, thank you so much for that comments. I know that was very empowering for others as well. So thank you so much, Miss Stephanie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No problem. Let me know if you need anything else.
I certainly will.
Next up is Teresa. Hi, Teresa. How's it going?
Hello, Alex. I'm well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. First of all, I want to thank you for the class and the classes that I've been able to make in the morning. I have to listen, because I have to listen and look at the class in between tasks I have to do at home. One thing that makes it really easier for me. I'm a former educator, and the way I was taught to educate is to lecture, to demonstrate, and let the student do it, and then you evaluate. Alex, that's what you do. You lecture, you demonstrate, you let us do it, and then you evaluate by having us to ask you questions. By you teaching using that method, I can do the things I need to do at home and follow you at the same time. And if I can't participate in all of it, I can at least go to the App Store, download the app, and then go into it and explore it. So I want to thank you most of all for your teaching method, and for the fact that you bring us varied topics to learn about. So thanks a lot. Keep up the good work. I'm looking for you back on Friday.
Oh, me too, me too. Oh my God. No, thank you so much. And yes, that's just, that's how I pretty much learned how to teach myself, growing up. That because there's a certain method to the madness, okay? That's all I can say. But you gotta really work smart versus hard. So getting that general gist is pretty much all you need, because when you like figure out those little nitty-gritty details like yourself, like it does feel really good because you did have that background knowledge available, so that way you could use that in order to move on to the next level. So yes, I really appreciate that, Teresa. And I look forward to you as well on Friday. It's going to be so much fun.
All right. I'll talk to you then and see you.
Yes, you have a wonderful day. Let me know if you need anything else, all right? All right. Next up is Greer. Hi, Greer. How's it going?
Good morning, Alex, and all. It's going quite well. Alex, I just appreciate you so much, because I admire you for being such a young man and having the patience and the wherewithal to deal with we seniors. And everyone can't do that. Everyone definitely cannot do that. And I just think it's so great that you have the patience. It's amazing. And I just want to thank you for all that you've done and taught us. And I've just learned so much, and I've been enlightened myself as far as Juneteenth was concerned. And I don't think it could have been done in any better way than you've done this morning. And it was plain and to the point, and you got the good apps that we could benefit from here and beyond. But Alex, I was wondering if you had time, or would I have to call the help desk? I'm back at what I have been trying to get across for a long time. I don't have cellular in my phone because my screen had broken, and I had gone to you told me to go to the to the Apple store, which I did, and I didn't get my SIM card back, but I just went on and called and got it from AT&T, and I have the SIM card at hand now, but I don't know what to do. Where did I put the SIM card to get the cellular?
Oh, yeah. So just really quick, so I can, I don't forget it. So a SIM card, that requires a special tool to actually input the card into the iPad. If that's, what you're saying, that you need to put the SIM card in the iPad, I would definitely call our help desk. I think I've seen them assist with something like of that nature before. I'm not 100% sure, but if you mention that to them, then they'll definitely know how to,
I'll
assist you
probably
there.
just go on to the AT&T store, because I've been trying to get a replacement, but because the screen was broken the way it was, it couldn't. They had me to get another iPad altogether, but I think they got over on the guy that was waiting on me got over on me, and I think he really probably has my iPad. And I found out that Danker is still paying for the SIM card that's supposed to be mine. So I'm going to have to call back to the store. But because I don't want to continue when I have to go to doctor's appointments and what have you, and not have the cellular part with me, and I was, used to having that, and I miss it.
Right.
So I'm gonna go on. I mean, I just called them, and I had it FedEx to me the other day. When I called, I got Houston, Texas, and they, yeah. But the good part about it, I'm gonna have another phone number. So Teresa tried to help me, but in the conversation, they said that they thought I lived in Maryland, but I don't live in Maryland. I live in DC.
Oh, yeah,
Because
no,
I
yeah.
have 240 exchange. Some of the young people that was in that meeting with Teresa probably thought that they don't know everything. We can have phone numbers that start with 240.
Yeah, they're 240. There's different, it doesn't really matter the area code. So on that, just again, not to cut you off, but please call our help desk first. Again, since you're in the program, and I would just see what they can assist you with first, because again, I know they're going to be a little more responsive or diligent than maybe like whoever you went to before. So I would just call them first to see what they think and just have that second opinion, and then you can either they can assist you possibly, I'm not 100% sure, or the whoever you was with, yes, they can also assist you with that. So they'll know how to guide and direct you. Okay, Greer?
Yeah, okay, Alex, thank you.
Yes, I wish I could give you a better answer, but yes, just call our help desk. They're very helpful. So so yes, just let me know if you need anything else, okay?
All righty, thank you.
All right. Again, Jackie, you still have your hand raised. Please unmute yourself if you have a question, but I'll move to.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Alex.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you so much. Not just for today's events and things that you've brought to our attention, but all the other things have been so helpful and so informative for me. It's helped me beyond, I can't even put words to it, but I may not say a whole lot, but I am like a sponge. I'm absorbing, and because until I get to the point that I can use my mind and my voice better, but I'm here and I appreciate you so much. Just wanted to let you know that. And the rest of everybody else, I get help from those guys too when they ask questions. Thank everybody so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Jackie. And yes, your mind and your words are great. You gotta give yourself a pat on the back, so always do that, because you're making great progress. And yes, the more you come on, the more again, that light bulb may come up on your head, and just everything will make sense. So I'm really happy to hear that. So thank you, Jackie. Next up is Brenda. Hi, Brenda.
Hey, Alex. I just wanted to say to the group that we all appreciate you. And it seems as though we're telling you how much we appreciate you every time. But I think it would be a good idea if we would send an email to Teresa or to WildTech to let them know how we feel about you and the impact that you're having on us and the lessons that you present to us, like I did. I sent one telling you how much I appreciate you, instead of every time telling you, trying to making you blush. So I think that would be a better thing to do, to send that email, and it can go in your official personnel folder, to show how much we appreciate you and what you're doing.
That is so true.
We all agree that you're the best. So I say, let's send an email, everybody, letting them know how much we appreciate Alex, instead of keep telling him every time, making him blush.
Thank you, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda, I agree with you 100%, Brenda.
I did,
And I sent the email. I agree with you, Brenda. I sent the email to Alex a few weeks ago or so. I don't know how much he was able to comprehend it, but I tried. And I sent him an email some time ago, trying to let him know how much I appreciate him. So that is a great idea.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Brenda. Thank you. We appreciate all feedback, and that we all appreciate that. And just, you know, it's, hey, if you guys like what we're doing, yes, let us know so we can make sure that it continues on for
Put
as
it
long
in
as
writing.
possible. Yeah, because I mean, let me tell you this, I'm in here for the long run. So, you know, just what Brenda said, yes. And I so remember that that day, Brenda, and that, you know, it lifted me up too. So I really
Yes, I
appreciated
told you
you
exactly
for
how I
that.
felt.
Yes. And
Yeah.
yeah, so if you'd like to, you know, we'd appreciate all feedback for anything that Teresa and I or our guests present. We want to hear that you liked it, because that lets us know if we want to have it again or something like that again. So yes, email me, email Teresa, whoever you have in contact with WildTech to let them know that, you know, that you like it. So thank you so much, Brenda. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Bridget and Jonelle, how's it going?
Hi, Alex. It's really going well. I can piggyback off of what everybody's sentiments were. You are an excellent instructor. You're so good that even I just downloaded the color app and my background.
I see. I see
Uh-huh.
it. Oh my God,
Just
that's
did
so
it.
cool. Look at that. Look at that, you guys. Look at Bridget's background. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
You see how fast she did it? Like that's insane. Like if you don't mind, like I could spotlight you, Bridget, and like everyone.
It's really pretty.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she should be spotlighted. Everyone should be able to see Bridget's background. That is amazing.
Head, but it's a beautiful app. So I'm going to actually take this program and use it as a way to make Christmas gifts for all of my girls, because I got like 7 grandchildren. They are all female, and 1 grandson. So I'm going to make them personalized pictures, print them out at Kinko's and frame them. And that will be a part of their Christmas gift. And I'll autograph it.
Oh yes, that is such a great. I love how you did the hair. I love how you did the dress. So cool. That just shows how creative you can be. Like in 5 minutes. Yes, and literally 5. Like you did that in like 5-10 minutes. Like I swear, Bridget. Like that's what it. That's all it takes, and you can create a beautiful image.
It's awesome, and I want to really express my gratitude on all the things that you've done. You've taught me so much on this iPad. You wouldn't believe how much you've inspired and taught us. So I really appreciate everything that you do.
Put it in writing.
Yeah, that will help. I will do that.
Put it in writing.
And Brenda, that was an excellent suggestion.
Yeah.
I
did mine months ago, letting them know exactly how I felt. So, I mean, we should all do it.
I agree.
Let them know he's doing an outstanding job. And
he is.
Tell
him.
Again, thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Brenda, so much.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Next up and last up for this morning is Diane. Hi, Diane. How's it going?
Hi, Alex. I just want to say.
You look so happy. I love it.
I just want to say, I love all the comments and I love to see you blush. So, Brittany, let him keep blushing and laughing like you're doing right now. You're doing a fine job, my son.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
That's
wow.
it for me.
Thank you. And it's always a pleasure. And seeing, we've covered so much. Like if we look at this screen right here, there's 30 apps right here, and that's 39 apps. That's basically 40 apps that for all these different topics, and it's just amazing how much you can learn, how much you can get inspired, how you can have an outlet, so it's, there's games. Every piece of it you can learn something from, even if it's not your main cup of tea, then you can apply it to other areas or other apps too. So thank you all. I really appreciate it. And this happens on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you to teach us how to start our own podcast.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for putting that word in my head. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Because I have been taking thinking of suggestions, and I know one of you suggested something that I'll be covering next week. So I'll definitely keep that in mind and see what I can do, okay?
Yeah. And the blogging, podcasts, all that stuff.
Great. I'll definitely keep that in mind. If that's what you guys want, then we'll do our best. So thank you so much for that, Bridget.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, guys.
Yes. So just there is one more question I will answer. We do have the lunch club at 12, so please get something to eat, get something to drink, use the restroom if you need to, and Crystal will get started in a minute or so. But I'm going to take Ms. Goodhart's question, and then we'll get to the lunch club. So, hi, Ms. Goodhart, how's it going?
Oh, Alex, I have to piggyback off everybody too. I love the comments. I have children, a baby to deal, so I got on late. So if this is something that you can't answer right now because it would take too much time, and that's well understood by me. I just don't know how to, or what I first get in to be able to access the 40 apps that you are talking about, what I need to go into.
Oh, yeah. So we've actually covered that in about 6-7 months time, Ms. Goodhart. So what I recommend, what I recommend is that you can look at the old daily reminders and see what apps that were covered. You can also look at our videos that we have online. Most of them are actually these trainings
because
are
what
uploaded.
I did, I went into WildTech and I saw that you have, home, you have videos, you have playlists. So that is the videos that I go into, right?
Yeah, so the advanced tech trainings.
Okay,
It'll say advanced trainings, and then it'll say like apps. If it says apps for blank, that's usually me. So I've done apps for Black developers, female developers, apps for cooking, relaxing games, all of that stuff. So you can look at both of those pieces of information. And yes, we do this every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We do advanced trainings, but Wednesdays it's
I know, because I get the text and then I have the children, and I'm telling you, it's okay though. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alex. You have answered my question and I can find it. Thank you, dear. And God bless you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So again, if you have any questions, you see there's my email, there's our help desk number. And again, if you'd like to do what Brenda, suggested, and just let the program know that whatever you like, then yes, please do. That way you get to practice sending an email and also send your feedback and comments on it. So I'm gonna, again, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. I look forward to these events. Tomorrow, we have that interesting session with Dr. Casey Brown. We have the Juneteenth celebration. We have, in our lunch club tomorrow too. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow. We're gonna finish that video on vegetables and go into grains. So I look forward to it so very much. So I'll be stepping back from now on, but I'm gonna go, let's all welcome Crystal for the lunch club today and her amazing job of covering books. So I bid you all farewell for now, and I'll see you in about an hour or so, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. All have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Alex.
Have a great one.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Hello. You guys ready for today's reading? You got your lunch and everything ready to go?
I was just going back breakfast
to read. So
you just want to read. Okay. Sounds good. So the last place we left off, I believe he was in the interview. So let's see. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right.
I just wanted sex. Give it to them.
Sure. It changes you in every way.
Last year, I could have called the guy a dirty son of a bitch. I do it this year. I got a lawsuit against me.
Mm-hmm.
Part 2, The Mind, 1961 to 1970. After surviving his difficult childhood and teenage years, Dick Gregory was a far cry from 1803 North Taylor. He promised his mother that no Gregory would ever live on North Taylor again, and he planned to see that through. Determined to keep his word, he excelled. The funny man from the South Side was now one of the biggest names in show business. Fatherhood clearly changed his lens. He was a loving, doting dad, all daughters at this point, and he couldn't have been happier. He reshaped his paternal DNA in one generation. He was a change agent, devastating glass ceilings. From the Tonight Show's couch to halls of Congress, Dick Gregory had become a force to be reckoned with. Christian Gregory. Congressional testimony on discrimination in the performing arts. October 30th, 1962. In the fall of 1962, Dick Gregory made his first appearance on Broadway as part of a month-long revue featuring singer Eddie Fisher and dancer Juliet Prowse. While the comedian was embraced on the Great White Way, Gregory was eager to help other Black performers by testifying before a congressional committee, chaired by the powerful Adam Clayton Powell of Harlem, investigating the impact of racism in the entertainment industry. His testimony followed positive accounts on the opportunities for Black entertainers by producers, directors, and entertainment industry executives. I would like to state that these are just exploratory talks, that the whole matter will be gone into in much more detail by the subcommittee, which I shall appoint in January. We will hold hearings of that committee in various sections of the United States. I shall now ask Mr. Gregory to come forward. Mr. Gregory is a very busy man, and I know he has to leave. I kept your name yesterday, Mr. Gregory. You said you did not object to the longest day being all white, but that you insisted there be a subtitle. This portrays a segregated regiment. It is a pleasure being here. I walked in late, but from the testimony I heard, I can't see what the hearings are being held for. It seems like all the Negroes are working, but really after these meetings are over, you should go out and look into it yourself. It will be very simple. We had ample testimony yesterday contradicting what has been said here today from actors, and we are sure from your own experience, you can give evidence, as you just have, that there is plenty of discrimination. The only TV show that hires Negroes regularly is the Saturday Night Boxing. After that, we can forget about it. And Puerto Ricans? Yes. I don't know. I can't speak for myself as far as racial discrimination goes on television, because I'm more comfortable myself in a nightclub making social comments. You have to take into consideration that you have in television a mass medium with 20 or 30 million people listening who may not have the proper educational level to grasp what you're saying. So I find more leeway in a nightclub. I almost would not hesitate to take a census of where 90% of that would fall. That is the first time this has been brought up. We cannot even advertise Cadillacs. As far as movies and certain roles on television are concerned, I heard certain people don't write any Negro parts. I would like to know who would have to write me a Negro part. I have been one all my life. If you give me the part of a doctor to play, I will make him a Negro. I can't do anything else. But I think a lot of research should go into this because this is a very touchy thing. There's a point where all minority groups are getting tired of this. The only time you ever see Negroes in a movie is in a jail scene or in a communist rally. I don't think anybody would have an objection to the Untouchables showing a Negro scientist or something like that. Down through the years, the Chinese have always been portrayed as Charlie Chan or a simple Chinese detective. How can you explain to an American kid that the Chinese are a world power because we have always shown the negative side? They say there are a lot of things you can't do on television today, and minority groups are being blamed for this, that we are touchy. Years ago, you heard of Stephen Fetchit and all those Negro actors playing the kind of roles they had to play, but we did not frown on that. Now, a lot of minority groups have made a mistake in grumping about that. We did not frown on it. Stephen Fetchit got top billing with Bob Hope. Years ago, the stomach was hungry. Today, the stomach is no longer hungry, but the mind is hungry. At that time, we had to be easily satisfied. Today, they aren't satisfied in their minds so easily. Hollywood made a great mistake years ago during Hitler's time. They should have known how the mass medium affects people in different sections of the world. How can you show Naked City with no Negroes involved? How can you show anything with no Negroes involved? The response is, we would do it, but we would lose customers. Ed Sullivan this morning testified that that is totally untrue, that Negro performers on his show have not met with any reaction at all except an increased car sales. The advertising agencies are lying, the producers are lying, and Ed Sullivan's testimony proves it. Ed Sullivan's show is an exceptional case. I have to take my hat off to Jack Parr because Jack Parr used sophisticated Negroes on his show more than just an entertainer or a performer. I think his show played a great part in the acceptance of minority groups. I ask myself, what is the difference between a Governor Barnett in Mississippi taking the stand that he decided to take to save his face with his Mississippi friends and the Huntley-Brinkley report being afraid to lose their customers? I ask myself, what is the difference between a General Walker and these other shows? It has come to a point now where someone has to get into it, the federal government or someone, because all of this affects the federal government. Interview with Ralph Gleason, KPFA Radio, May 25th, 1963. Gregory's first direct participation in civil rights activities took place in Greenwood, Mississippi. In February 1963, he personally delivered several tons of food to poor LeFlore County residents who were cut off from the Public Surplus Commodities Program because of a voter registration campaign organized by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. A few months later, he joined their marches on the county courthouse in which Black citizens challenged local authorities by seeking to register to vote en masse. In this interview, San Francisco journalist Ralph Gleason explored Gregory's motives and the implications for his entertainment career. Dick, why did you go to Birmingham? I guess for the same reason I went to Greenwood, Mississippi. Okay, why did you go to Mississippi? Well, as I read the account of what was going on in these areas in the South and thought of the 3 kids I have, and knowing that the people that are breaking down the barriers down South are not only breaking them down for themselves, but for myself, my wife, and my family. I feel that it's part of my job to help them break it down, being that all of us will reap the benefits from this. I debated the night before I flew into Greenwood, Mississippi, simply because I had a new son, and I hadn't been able to get back to Chicago to see the boy. Mississippi won out because when I laid there and thought that if America had to go to war in the morning, I would be willing to go. And when I can go to any of the 4 corners of the world, take a chance on losing my life, being away from my loved ones, to guarantee a foreigner a better way of life, I must be able to go and guarantee the Negro a better way of life. Was there any pressure upon you as a performer not to do this? No, no one knew I was going, but a couple of close friends of mine. My managers found out after I got there. They wouldn't have said anything anyway because we have a relationship where they know they work for me. My agent works for me, my managers work for me, and everyone on my staff, including my lawyers, on down, works for me. I make the decisions and the policies for Dick Gregory Enterprises. Do you see this move as a role for you as a performer, as an artist, or as a human being? Me as a human being. I've said many times, I'm an individual first, an American second, and a Black man third. But I'm Black before I'm an entertainer. So my decision to go into any area or to participate in any affair is as an individual. I have never allowed restrictions in my contracts with club owners that if I'm in town and there's a benefit that I feel is for a worthy cause, I don't have to clear it with the owners. I try to stay away from events where there's nothing but entertainment. But other than that, these restrictions where you can't come into the area 60 days before and after, I never honor these at all. But inevitably, your public personality as a performer gets involved in this, doesn't it? Not with me. Does it get involved with the people that you work for at clubs or with the audience? No, I have never found that. Maybe mainly because I don't look for it. But I've never found it to be so. When you got to Mississippi, were they aware of you as a performer? Were you just another individual? No. I could have gone to any area of the South with less impact because in many areas of the South, Dick Gregory was unheard of. You take the Delta area. The average Negro's take-home pay is $300 a year. He's not reading the type of books that I've been getting write-ups in for the last 2 years. Television, 90% of them do not have them. So when I flew the plane load of surplus food into the Delta, this is what made Dick Gregory in this area. The police knew this. This is why I never got arrested in Greenwood, Mississippi, because a lot of the Negroes thought I was a preacher. Many never knew I was an entertainer. The cops all knew, though. Oh, yes, the cops knew. When I decided to go into Greenwood, I never realized the impact it would have on the American press. I never knew the amount of FBI agents that would be coming down. I called a fellow by the name of Aaron Henry in Clarksdale, Mississippi, when I airlifted the food in. I didn't have too much time because I had to go right back to the Playboy Club in Chicago. But I told Aaron the first time I had a couple of days off, I would be back. I had a Monday and Tuesday off, and I was going down to speak. Monday night in Greenwood, Tuesday in Clarksdale. It was only after I got in this area that I really got to see firsthand what was going on, because when I brought the food in, I didn't get to see. We unloaded it, and I got in a car, and I went right back to Memphis and jetted out. Not until I got there to speak that night and watched and listened. I was briefed on a couple of things. For instance, in Greenwood, the population is 22,000 white, 24,000 Negro. There's one hospital in the whole town with 168 beds, and 130 were for whites. Well, a Negro can't even afford to get sick there. There's not one Negro doctor. So when these people decide to march down to this court building and decide their names and identify themselves, they're also saying that I'm giving up all my medical care because these doctors will not see them anymore. When a person says, I'll do this for freedom, this opens your eyes. How many of them vote of the 24,000? We never could find out, because you go in and you register to vote, and it's about a month before they let you know how many have actually passed the test. From looking at the tests, if they decide no one would pass the test, no one would pass. Out of the 5 pages, there are only actually 2 questions. One is to write in such and such article of the Mississippi Constitution. The second question is the one that throws you. They say, in this space below, explain what your interpretation of this means. Even if you have the exact interpretation of it, when the clerk grades the paper, they say, this is not right. This is the problem that they have. So it mainly ended up being a demonstration of, for the first time in 100 years, being able to walk down to the court building in a large group. On the day the police were real worried, we had about 50 people down to register. They followed us, didn't want us to walk in large lines. So I asked the police commissioner, wouldn't it be wild if you found out all they were really trying to do was pay their water tax? When you said things like that to people like the commissioner, what was their reaction? Oh, well, this Hammond, this is probably one of the most beautiful individuals I ever met in my life. On the outside, he's for the people there. But on the inside, he has enough sense to know what's going on. And anyone that would call the Greenwood jail for me, I wasn't there even though a lot of people felt I was arrested, he would send a cop out to bring me the message. This boiled down to seeing who could outwit who. How does this affect you as a professional performer? It would seem to me that a nightclub owner that's going to hire you says to himself, well, I hired Dick Gregory. How do I know he's not going to split? Well, he has no guarantee. No more guarantee than you'd have signing me on a contract during World War III. You never know when I'm going to be drafted. Same difference. Do you see this as World War III? This is the most vicious war ever known in the history of man. Because you have one side with all the guns, all the police, all the dogs, and the law on their side. And the other side has no ammunition, no guns, and will not fight. But they are willing to die against these soldiers for the right to vote, the right to dignity, and the right to say, I will be counted as a man. Can you use this experience of yours in your work professionally? No. I think all the great writers have found out when you commercialize, you have to water down the truth. Speech at St. John's Baptist Church, Birmingham, May 10th, 1963. At the behest of Martin Luther King Jr., on May 6, 1963, Dick Gregory joined the last week of civil rights demonstrations in Birmingham, Alabama, directed by the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC. He was promptly arrested with hundreds of other protesters and spent 4 days in the Birmingham jail. At the end of the decisive week, he spoke at the final triumphant mass meeting in Birmingham. I'll tell you one thing. It is sure nice being out of that prison over there. A lot of people asked me when I went back to Chicago last night, they said, well, how are the Negroes in Birmingham taking it? What did they act like? What did they look like? I said, man, I got off a plane at 10:30, arrived at the motel at 11, and by 1 o'clock, I was in jail. So I know what you all mean when you refer to the good old days. I asked one guy, what is the good old days? He said 10 BC and 15 BC. And I said, you're not that old. He said, no, I mean 10, 15 years before Bull Connor got here. Man, they had so many Negroes in jail over there. The day I was there, when you looked out the window and you see one of them walking around free, you knew he was a tourist. I got back to Chicago last night and the guy said, well, how would you describe the prison scene? I said, baby, just wall to wall us. So I don't know, really, when you stop to think about it, that was some mighty horrible food they were giving us over there. First couple of days, it tastes bad and looked bad. And after that, it tasted like home cooking. Matter of fact, it got so good the third day, I asked one of the guards for the recipe. Of course, you know, really, I don't mind going to jail myself. I just hate to see Martin Luther King in jail for various reasons. One, when the final day get here, he's going to have a hard time trying to explain to the boss upstairs how he spent more time in jail than he did in the pulpit. When I read the paper in Chicago and they had him in jail on Good Friday, I said, that's good. I was praying and hoping when they put him in Good Friday, they had checked back there Easter Sunday morning and he would have been gone. That would have shook up a lot of people, wouldn't it? I don't know how much faith you have in newspapers, but I read an article in the paper a couple of days ago where the Russians, did you see this? They gave it a lot of space. The Russians claim they found Hitler's head. Well, I want to tell you, that's not true. You want to find Hitler's head, just look right up above Bull Connor's shoulders. To be honest with you, I don't know why you call him Bull Connor. Just say Bull. That's half of it. I don't know. When you stop and think about it, I guess little by little, when you look around, it kind of looks like we're doing all right. I read in the paper not too long ago, they picked the first Negro astronaut. That shows you so much pressure is being put on Washington. These cats just reach back and they trying to pacify us real quickly. A lot of people were happy that they had the first Negro astronaut. Well, I'll be honest with you, not myself. I was kind of hoping we'd get a Negro airline pilot first. They didn't give us a Negro airline pilot. They gave us a Negro astronaut. you realize we can jump from the back of the bus to the moon. That's about the size of it. I don't know why this cat let them trick him into volunteering for that space job. They're not even ready for a Negro astronaut. You have never heard of no dehydrated pig's feet. I never would have let them give me that job myself. No, I wouldn't. That's one job I don't think I could take. Just my luck, they put me in one of them rockets and blast it off. We'd land on Mars somewhere. A cat would walk up to me with 27 heads, 59 jaws, 19 lips, 47 legs, and look at me and say, I don't want you marrying my daughter neither. Oh, I'd have to cut him. So, I don't know. When you stop to think about it, we're all confused. I'm very confused. I'm married. My wife can't cook. No, it's not funny. How do you burn Kool-Aid? You know, raising kids today is such a difficult task. The kids are so clever. They're so hip. My son walked up to me not too long ago. He said, Daddy, I'm going to run away from home. Call me a cab. I remember when I was a kid, I told my father the same thing. I said, Pa, if you don't give me a nickel, I'm leaving home. He said, son, I'm not going to give you 1 penny and take your brothers with you. I remember when I was a kid, if my parents wanted to punish me, it was simple. They told me, get upstairs to your room, which was a heck of a punishment because there was no upstairs. And I just found out something not too long ago I didn't know. You don't walk into a kid's room anymore. You have to knock first. My daughter told me, I'm 3 years old, I've got rights. What do you mean you have rights? You haven't even got a job, I said. Honey, you don't know how fortunate you are. You have a room by yourself, a bed by yourself. I said, honey, do you realize when I was 3 years old, so many of us slept in the same bed together? If I went to the washroom in the middle of the night, I had to leave a bookmark so I wouldn't lose my spot. She said, Daddy, aren't you happy you're living with us now? Let me tell you about this daughter of mine. Last Christmas Eve night, I walked into my daughter's room. I said, Michelle, tonight's Christmas Eve. It's 11:30. You're 3 years old. Go to bed and get ready for Santa Claus. She said, I don't believe in Santa Claus. I said, what in the world you mean you don't believe in Santa Claus? And I'm picking up the tab. She said, Daddy, I don't care what you picking up. I don't believe in Santa Claus. I said, why? She said, because you know darn good and well there ain't no white man coming into our neighborhood after midnight. So you see, we have problems. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure being here. A lot of people wonder, why would I make a decision to go to Greenwood, Mississippi? Why would I make a decision to come to Birmingham? When I lay in my bed at night and I think if America had to go to war tonight, I would be willing to go to any of the 4 corners of the world. And if I'm willing to go and lay on some cold dirt away from my loved ones and my friends and take a chance on losing my life to guarantee some foreigner that I've never met equal rights and dignity, I must be able to come down here. You know, it is such a funny thing how the American mind works. This is white and Negro alike. How many on both sides of the fence say, well, did he go down for publicity? One, I don't need publicity. But the amazing thing is, if I had decided to quit show business and join the Peace Corps and go to South Vietnam, nobody would have said anything about publicity. Only when you decide to help us, you get a complaint. You people here in the South are the most beautiful people alive in the world today. The only person in this #1 country in the world that knows where he's going and have a purpose is the Southern Negro, bar none. When you break through and get your freedom and your dignity, then we up north will also break through and get our freedom and our dignity. Because up north, we have always been able to use the South as our garbage can. But when you make these white folks put that lid on this garbage can down here, we're going to have to throw our garbage in our own backyard, and it's going to stink worse than it stinks down here. One of the greatest problems the Negro has in America today is that we have never been able to control our image. The man downtown has always controlled our image. He has always told us how we're supposed to act. He has always told us a nigger knows his place. And he doesn't mean this. Because if we knew our place, he wouldn't have to put all those signs up. And if you think we know our place, Let one of us get $2 uptight on our rent and 50 cents in our pocket, and we'll kick the hinges off them doors downtown to open up. But we have never been able to control our image. He's always told us about a Negro crime rate, to the extent that you have finally decided to believe it. This is the bad part about not being able to control your image. I've always said, what Negro crime rate? Look at it. We're not raping 3-year-old kids. We haven't put 40 sticks of dynamite in mother's luggage and blew one of them airplanes out the sky. And I don't care what they say about us. We've never lynched anybody. So what Negro crime rate? If you want to see a true Negro crime rate, watch television. Look at all them gangster movies. You never see us. Of course, now you can look at TV week in and week out and look at all those docuseries they have on television, and you'd be led to believe a Negro never gets sick. For some reason, not being able to control our image has made us almost ashamed of us. Because anything he decides to tell us about us, we believe it and become ashamed of it. Negro crime rate? Sure, a lot of us get arrested. Why? The answer is right out there in the street every day. You've got a Southerner out there in the police department that is probably the lowest form of man walking the earth today. Now, here's a man out there didn't like you in the first place. Now he's got a gun. What is your crime rate supposed to look like? They have gotten to the point where they've made you ashamed of relief. Don't talk to so-and-so. She's on ADC, Aid for Dependent Children. I was on relief 20 years back home. It wasn't funny, but I wasn't ashamed of it, because had they given my daddy the type of job he deserved to have, we wouldn't have needed no relief. And the day this white man, not only in the South, but in America, gives us fair housing, fair jobs, equal schools, and the other things the Constitution says we're supposed to have, we will relieve him of relief. Until that day rolls around, let him pay his dues. The check ain't much, but it's steady. And then you read a lot and hear a lot about Negro women with illegitimate kids. Oh, this really makes you ashamed. Each time you pick up one of them newspapers, one of them magazines, reading about Negro women with illegitimate kids, check the article out and see who wrote it. Some chick living in a neighborhood where they've got abortion credit cards. Never been able to control our image. All at once, we're ashamed. Talk about us for so long, we started believing it. Talked about our hair for so long, for 100 years, now we've been trying to straighten our wig out. Wouldn't it be wild if you found out one day that we had natural hair and there was something wrong with theirs? Every time you look around, they're talking about a Negro with a switchblade, to the extent we don't want to carry switchblades no more. Well, I'll keep me a switchblade. I got a deal going with the white folks. I don't say nothing about their missiles. They don't say nothing about my switchblade. Here's a man who owns half the missiles in the world and want to talk about my switchblade. I don't know one Negro in America that manufactures switchblades. Now he gonna sell me some and then talk about it after I get it. He made a lot of mistakes, and had all you older people been able to figure out the mistakes he made, like the younger people figured them out, we would have had this a long time ago. Yep, he made a lot of mistakes. Here's a man that got over here and didn't even know how to work segregation. Didn't even know how prejudice worked. He just wanted to try it. He said, we got a bunch of them niggas, let's try it. And he messed up, because any clown knows that if you want to segregate somebody and keep them down forever, you put them up front. They made the great mistake of putting us in the back. We've been watching them for 300 years. Yeah, that was a big mistake they made. We know how dirty they get their underwear because we wash them for them. They don't even know if we wear them or not. They made a couple of mistakes. It's beginning to catch up with them now. One of the biggest mistakes they made is the white lady. All at once, they think all we want is a white lady. And they don't understand why we want one. It's their fault. Aspirin can't advertise aspirin without one of them white ladies, and so we feel we need a white lady to get rid of our headache. Every year, General Motors advertises those Cadillacs with those blondes, and we know we're gonna get one of them cars. Every time I go to the movie, I can't see none of them pretty little chocolate drops in them dynamite love scenes. They show me one of them white ladies. Every time I look at Miss America, I can't see no Mau queens. They show me one of them white ladies. So what am I supposed to watch? But I'll make a deal with the good white brother, yes. If he let me turn on television and see some of my women advertising some of them products we use so much of, if he let me go to the movie and see some of my folks in some of them good scenes, and if he let me turn on television this year and see 7 of us on Miss America to make up, then anytime he see me with a white woman, I'll be holding her for the police. Again, I'd like to say it is completely and totally my pleasure being here. I don't know how many of you in the house have kids that were in jail. 4 days I was in jail. Had you been there as I was, walking through, listening, it was really something to be proud of, really something to be proud of. And if something ever happens and you have to do it again, don't hesitate. Because the only thing we have left now that's going to save this whole country and eventually the world is us. He taught us honesty, and he forgot how it worked himself. Nothing wrong with that white man downtown. We just have to teach him how to act. He doesn't know how to be fair. He doesn't know we'd never complain if he was fair. Keep me a second-class citizen, but just don't make me pay first-class taxes. Send me to the worst schools in America if you must, but when I go downtown to apply for that job, don't give me the same test you give that white boy. Now, we are going to have to teach him how to be fair. And the only thing we have to do it with is ourselves. This is it. This is all we have. He has all the police, all the dogs. Never thought I'd see the day the firemen would turn water on us in summertime and make us hotter, but they did. What these white folks don't realize is a terrific amount of police brutality that I have witnessed down here. What they fail to realize is when you let a man bend the law and aim it at us, he'll aim that same law at you. These are the problems that we have. Again, I am as far away from you as Delta Airlines is. Anytime there is any problem, I will be back. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Medgar. On June 12, 1963, civil rights activist Medgar Evers was fatally shot in the back outside his home in Jackson, Mississippi. The following is an excerpt of a recording Dick Gregory did with Robert Lipsyte for his autobiography soon after Evers' assassination. America had lost a great man. He's a man who would go anywhere there was trouble in the whole state of Mississippi. Go with a smile. Never had a day of hate on his face. Medgar Evers, shot in the back. Then again, I guess what difference does it make where a man shoots you? Laying in the bushes, shot him in the back. I rushed back to the apartment where I was staying in San Francisco, called Medgar Evers' home, and a party answered the phone. I confirmed it. Yes, Medgar Evers was dead. A guy I just finished talking to 2 days ago. A guy that a week and a few days before had called me to inform me that my son, Dick Jr., was dead. And that same telephone at his house that he used to call me, now someone's on that same phone telling me, yes, Medgar was killed. I sat up all that night thinking about Medgar, knowing at that time that maybe it will be a long time before America finds out what a great man we lost. Releasing those pictures with nobody but white folks bleeding has to come to something else. I called all over the country that night. Everyone was upset. Called different taverns all over the country to find out what was going on, find out the tempo. White papers handled it nice. A lot of blacks wouldn't get too mad because a lot of them were embarrassed because they never heard of Medgar Evers. And the white press all over the world was talking about Medgar Evers. I guess we were happy that a great man was being exposed not only to white America, but to many blacks who never heard of him. I was out in California. Now they reached back and pulled out tapes of a speech Medgar had made. When he made it, they used maybe 2 minutes of it. Now they're running the whole hour. Funny about a great man when he dies, if the whole world didn't know him, they can learn about him and decide for themselves. They decided that we had lost a great man in this country. The lines stretched for miles, 4, 5, 10 abreast, walking behind Medgar Evers. The line stretched so far behind, it looked like a bunch of ants, old folks, young folks, black folks, white folks, raggedy folks, dressed up folks, Southerners, Northerners, nappy hair, pressed hair, Stacey Adams, Edwin Clapp, Johnston and Murphy, Tom McCann, Buster Brown, barefooted. Yep, they walked and they walked. Got to look at this picture over here to see what it looked like. Boy, oh, it looked like we had enough folks to march on God that day. We turned the corner. Very amazing. Life is funny. The same white police that were fighting Medgar Evers so hard were the same white police that were directing traffic. The same white people that lived in a town and didn't open up their mouths when a man was fighting for right and truth and justice and let him get killed. These same white folks and this same white cop was stopping them and saying, "I'm sorry, buddy, you got to wait." Yep. We killed him. Now we got to wait. I guess every white man that gets ready to kill a man, or any man in the world that gets ready to kill a good man who's fighting for right, should give him a picture of that funeral procession. Because you find out when you shoot right down to the ground, more right rises up. Selma Speeches, October 1963. As in many places in Mississippi, Black citizens were the majority in Dallas County, Alabama, but just 1% of them were registered to vote. As they had in Greenwood, SNCC conducted demonstrations and planned a march in Selma, Alabama on October 7th to empower Black residents to attempt to register together on what they called Freedom Day. In Dick Gregory's absence, his wife Lillian was jailed for nearly 2 weeks during the Selma demonstrations while 4 months pregnant with twins. Dick later arrived and spoke at 2 mass meetings to encourage fearful Black residents. Speech at Brown Chapel AME Church, Selma, October 4th, 1963. Thank you very much. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is being here. I'm just sorry I had to show up 10 days late, but I think I was able to see my all-time first, to see a white Southern dumb cop writing. I've never been able to see one writing, but he's writing tonight. Every time I've seen them in the meetings, they've always had tape recorders, but this one must have a little piece of education he got from somewhere. That's the first one I've known to have enough intelligence to write. I still don't believe he's got anything on that paper. Then again, I think we'd better not put him down too much or laugh at him too hard, because during one of those good songs, I caught him kind of shaking his finger there a little bit. That's wonderful when a man comes to spy on us and ends up shaking with us for a few minutes. That means he can be saved too. Yeah, that's a great thing. It always amazed me to wonder how Southern white folks will knock themselves out, pose as all kind of everything, but a cop to slip in a Negro meeting, and we haven't gotten around to wanting to slip into a Ku Klux Klan rally? So I think it speaks for itself. The whole world wants to slip in and be around right and good and godliness, but only fools want to be around filth. Because it just knocks me out to see white folks talk about how much they dislike us, how they can't get along with us. And I'm glad that they was in here tonight to witness 2 Negro women, that one of them, and I don't even have to put them together, any one of them probably have more education and more intelligence than this whole police department put together. Now, these are people that don't want to be around us. These are people that complain 24 hours a day. These are the peons. These are the idiots that do the dirty work. These are the dogs that get paid to do all that biting. These are the ones that have become big men among small people. These are the ones that need something like that. And many Southern white men need the job of being a Southern cop. When you sit down, put yourself in a Southern white man's shoes. Think about it for a minute. Just think about it for a minute. A Southern white man. The only thing you have to identify with is a drinking fountain, a toilet, and the right to be able to call me nigger. And before we really put him down, put yourself in his shoes. Think. That's all you have to identify with in the world is a toilet. Then you know why they got toilet ways. Put yourself in the Southern white man's shoes and you'll understand why he would blow up one of your churches. You'll understand why he will fight you the way he will fight you. Everyone was so upset over a white man dynamiting a church. And you forgot John Grant put 40 sticks of dynamite in his white mammy's luggage and blew her plane out of the sky. Put yourself in this Southern white man's shoes for just a few minutes and you'll almost get out there and want to hit your own self in the head with a stick. Put yourself in this Southern white man's shoes. Just think. He never owned anything new. Ignorant, can't read, can't write. But when he wants to feel superior to you, he can walk into his own toilet. That's the difference. And when he loses that toilet, and we plug up one of those fountains, and when he calls us nigger, we fix it in a way he has to say it a little bit pretty, he's lost it all. He will have lost it all. This is a heck of a thing to be a white man in America. And when you're threatened about losing your toilet, you're ready to kill. This is a heck of a thing to be a white man in America. And when you find out you can't call me nigger no more, not like you used to call me nigger, because he's almost about to find out who that nigger really is. He's almost about to find out every white man in America knows we are Americans. They know we are Negroes, and many of them know us by our name. And when he calls us a nigger, he's calling us something that we're not. So it must exist in his mind. So if nigger exists in his mind, who is the nigger? Now let's take a step further. Let's take it one step further. We know this is a Bible. We know this is a book. Now, when I sit here and call this a bicycle, I have called this something that it is not. The bicycle must exist where? In my mind. I'm the sick one, right? So that's why we really don't have to worry about these folks. We don't have to get mad when a white man calls us boy. He knows how old we are. That means he's got doubts about his own manhood. If you think white folks in this country hate us, they need us. You think these redneck crackers down here hate us? I just wish it was some kind of way. I just wish it was some kind of way that we would lay down and go to sleep tomorrow night. And when they wake up through the grace of God, we would all be gone. They would go crazy looking for us. Where are they? Please, y'all, come back. If they could wake up and every Negro in America would be like gone, oh, I would give $1 million just to slip back and watch the Huntley-Brinkley report. I can see it now. There are no clues as to where the Negroes are. Oh, the news would be wild that day. Ku Klux Klan have announced due to all the Negroes gone in America, they are moving to Alaska and now are going to lynch the Eskimos. Oh, can't you just hear the news? Governor Wallace decided that due to the fact that all the Negroes are gone and he has nothing else to campaign for, he's still going to stay in politics and campaign against keeping Jews out of pizza joints. Yeah, we could just wake up one day and all of us would be gone. Oh, it would be some wild news that night. I can just see the headlines back north. 7 chitlin manufacturers found out the Negroes were gone and committed suicide. Yes, if we could only leave here for 3 days, 3 days, just leave them down here by themselves so they can find out who the nigger is. That would be all we would need. But it looks like we're going to have to do it the hard way. and stay here and educate these folks. And we're going to educate them. We're going to teach them how to live and teach them how to act. And when you hear all this talk that we don't know how to live and we don't know how to act, and when the Negro can act like him, he'll accept us. I'd rather be accepted by an elephant first if I had to act like that. To be accepted. Here's a man here. Thank God this white man has always had a conscience, but he's always wondering what's wrong with the Negro. People say, well, they've had slaves before. No slave in the history of the world had to go through what the American Negro slave had to go through because we had a master that was lower than us. Never in the history of slavery did you have a white man go out in the barn and have a sex affair with all the slaves like this dog did. Oh, you always had masters that would go out every so often and pick the Liz Taylor out of the group, but the slaves were proud. We had a master that we couldn't even respect. We had a master that was so much below us and knew it. He said, sure, let them ride on the same bus. Just put them in the back. No master in the history of slavery has ever wanted to be with his slaves, front or back. But we had a man who was so low down and so ignorant, he didn't even qualify to have slavery, because if he qualified, he would have set it up right. He set it up wrong. The biggest fool in the world knows if you want to segregate me and put me down, you don't put me in the back where I can watch you for 200 years. The biggest fool in the world knows if you want to keep me down, you don't keep me under conditions where I can become stronger than you. And this is his greatest mistake, whether he knows it or not. He does not represent strength. He represents a gun. He represents crooked ways. He represents dirty, trampy dealings. That's why we can let him in here, because we're stronger than he is. And if you don't believe it, watch a demonstration. When they round up a bunch of Negroes and all they have to say is, you're under arrest, and pull the wagon up and they'll walk into the car, watch what happens. Watch what happens. A little baby could arrest Negro demonstrators because we intend to go to jail. So it's no big thing when they do it. It's no big thing at all because the man says, you're under arrest, we're going. I don't know who they're trying to impress. Those little white kids at home who are still young enough to believe that they're somebody or what? But there hasn't been one demonstration in America this year that called for a Negro to be knocked down because when we go out, we intend to go to jail. Oh, when a man slips so low, he forgets about God, the dirtiest hoodlums that ever lived, and you're looking at it now on television. They got this chump up in Washington, D.C. on a Senate investigation. These people have talked about all types of murders, all types of everything, and as I sit every day and look at this hoodlum testify, the hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars and the amount of dope they slipped in, I can't help but feel kind of happy for them and feel sorry for these fools like this who would throw tear gas in a church. The dirtiest hoodlums in the world still haven't lost respect for God's church, black or white. He is a man who will become so bitter and so insane on the hate appeal. If it means losing God to keep this thing away from him, he'd do it. And you know why he would do it? Because he has had a little bit of God in him. He had a conscience. And he had to tell himself for a long time that you were inferior to him. He knew better, but he had to keep telling himself that because God gave him a little piece of conscience in order for him to rest at night. He had to convince himself beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was better than you, and it ran him crazy. Living a lie for 100 years and you would throw dynamite in a church. Living hate for 100 years and you would tear gas this same crowd. This man had to sleep, and he had this thing that he was better than you. And he said that. And he'd wake up every now and then and look around, and he still kept believing. And he sets up little hurdles, little roadblocks in front of you so he can still tell his warped mind that he must tell himself this and he must believe this because he has to leave here tonight and go back to a shack. That cop on the street has got to knock you down and hope he can whoop you for 5 hours because he's got to go home to something that's less than what you have to go home to. Because the truth is in your house. This is a man that's human. We fought wars with him. We helped him plant his crop. We raised his kids, that's right. And he went so stone crazy, he's tear gassing ours. But we raised his kids. And that black woman never told him that she raised that white boy of his that lynched her black son. She never told him that. She said, the Lord's gonna take care of him. Well, that's right. That's the Lord out there in that street. That's the Lord that's gonna be out there Monday going down to register to vote. He's gonna take care of him. See, we don't have to be violent. We have the 3 most violent things a man could ever use on our side. We have truth, we have justice, and we have the United States Constitution. With those 3 things, you can't lose. You can't lose with those 3 things. This chump might kill you wrongly, but he'll never win because he hasn't got the truth on his side. And if you don't think those 3 things on your side create a winner, think again. If the South today wanted to raise the educational standards of the dumb Southern white boy, it would be a simple matter. But he does not have the intelligence to know, so we have to tell him. If he wanted to raise the educational standards of his son, you know what he would do? He would pull the Negro teachers out of the Negro schools and put them in the white schools and take the white teachers and put them in the Negro schools. And his boy would learn something. I know I don't have to break it down for you, but I don't trust his intelligence, so just give me a few minutes. All I'm trying to say is that I want to prove to him beyond a shadow of a doubt that 90% of the Southern Negro teachers are much better equipped and better qualified than the white teachers. I don't want to disturb him now because we've got him concentrating. The reason that the Negro teacher in the South would be better qualified and better equipped to teach his dumb son is simple. We were denied the pleasure of going to a bad university of Alabama. We were denied the pleasure of going to a bad university of Mississippi. And consequently, we went north to Harvard, Yale, NYU, Howard, UCLA, and the University of Chicago. We went to the best universities in the world and then came back home. So due to the fact that we, as Negroes, were denied the privilege to go to one of those bad, low-paying white colleges, we had to go up north and go to a good school. Thank God it backfired on them again. Through this man's dumb, stupid mistakes and hate, he has made the American Negro the strongest man in the world today. And he knows it, and he doesn't know it. That's why he gets his little cattle prods and he gets all his police out. Because what he realizes is we're strong and he doesn't want to believe it. There are 2 basic things that go into build up a strong man: joy and pain. Joy makes you want to live, and pain teaches you how to live. There's not a race alive on the face of the earth that has had as much hope as the American Negro. So that makes us the #1 strong man in this country. And what makes it so beautiful is, here's a man sitting over here that although he has so much hate for me, he doesn't understand that I decide the fate and the destiny of this country today. Because the Negro in America today is the #1 strong man, and you Southern Negroes are stronger than all. He's going to learn this one day. Speech at First Baptist Church, Selma, October 5th, 1963. Thank you very much. And again, good evening. I guess this is about the first time in my life that I ever requested a church song. I usually listen to all of them. Some I like and understand and some I don't like, but I asked them to sing that song because as I sit back there and wonder, had we been living in that day and era of the crucifixion of Christ, when it was taking place, when it was going on, And had we turned and run the other way, I wonder how we would have felt 20 years later, 30 years later, knowing we weren't there and could have been there. If I can honestly prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I had some kin folks in that same era and same location, and they didn't show up to say no more than, I'm with you, baby, I would be ashamed of them and ashamed of myself. We're going through an era today equally as important. It's so amazing how we come to the church every day and cry over the crucifixion of Christ, and we don't cry over these things that are going on around and among us, when if he was here now, he would cry and take those nails again for this problem. It just so happened that in his day and time, religion was the big problem. Today, same problem, only it's a color. What do you think would happen to Christ tonight if he arrived in this town, a black man, and tried to vote Monday? What do you think would happen? Would you be there? Then how come you're not with these kids? Because he said, whatever happens to the least happens to us all. And I wonder one day when this final push is over, when the whole world knows that this was the work of God, when they sit back in the future and sing, were you there? I wonder how many of us have to hang our head in shame. How many of us will have to hang our heads in shame? Let's analyze the situation. We're not saying, let's go downtown and take over City Hall. We're not saying, let's stand on the rooftops and throw bricks at white folks. We're not saying, let's get some butcher knives and some guns and make them pay for what they've done. We're saying we want what you said belongs to us. You have a constitution. Me, as a black man going to a black school, you make me sit down and take a test on the United States Constitution. You have never made me take a test on this Bible. Mama had to give that to me at home. You have kept me in a segregated school, but you make me take a test on a constitution that hasn't worked for anyone but you. And you expect me to learn it from front to back, or you're gonna flunk me. So I learned it when I didn't even want to learn it, and I passed it. You made me stand up as a little kid and sing God Bless America, America the Beautiful, and all those songs the white kids were singing. I pledged my allegiance to the flag. That's what I'm asking you for today. No Negro had anything to do with sitting down and writing the Constitution. So no white man can say, we tricked him. He wrote that himself. He told the whole world about it. He said it was fair. He said it was just. And he's carried your son to war to die for it. And when you tell me a white man with his corrupt beliefs can come and get your boy and send him to Korea, send him to Germany to die for something you're not going to be a part of, and a man can't get your daughter, can't get your son, can't get you to go to jail, unbelievable. His system has warped our minds this much. It's unbelievable. You would let your son go and fight in a foreign country for a neighborhood he can't live in. But you won't let your kids march or demonstrate. You won't demonstrate for what's yours. This I can't understand. That's why I'm here. That's what really made me make up my mind. If America went to war in the morning, I'm going. Because as corrupt as the system is, I dig it. But I'm going. And then I had to stop and think. If I can subject myself to go to some foreign land to take a chance of being away from my wife, my family, my loved ones, and take a chance on losing my life to guarantee some foreigner that's living someplace I can't even spell a better way of life than I can my own brothers and sisters, then there must be something wrong with me. That's when I made my decision to come into the South, knowing when I stepped off the plane, I could be killed. Knowing that getting involved might mean I wouldn't eat. Knowing that I might go to jail. But I tell you what, I think jail is the best place. Jail is the best place.
Okay. So I hope you guys did enjoy that reading session we had. It's 1:00. Anybody have any comments, questions, food for thought? Anything they want to talk about the chapter?
How
I
you doing,
enjoyed it.
dear? I briefly just want to say I enjoyed it immensely. That was great, and it's good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yes.
I just want to tell you, Crystal, that you've done a good job, and I'm glad that you brought this book to us. I forgot a lot of things that Dick Gregory has said, and this is bringing back a lot of things that was said during the civil rights. And of course, most of us were kind of young then. I know I was, like, when it really got started, was very young, but it was just it's amazing how you can forget things when you don't think about them every day. So
Right.
thank you very much.
No problem. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the book.
Enjoy
Crystal,
the book. Enjoy it.
this is Miss Webb. I'm enjoying this. I remember when he was, I always wondered how he had the nerve to be so outspoken, but he was just fearless. And I always admired Dick Gregory for that fact that he, even though his life might have been in jeopardy, but he said what he really felt, which was the truth. And I thank you for bringing this to us. Like I say, I'm enjoying it each session that you bring us. And thank you very much.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you, Miss Webb. Okay.
Crystal, this is Joy Goodhart, and I'm going to tell you, I personally, even at my age, I had not heard a lot of what the speeches and talks, of course, that you played on that recording. I have to get that recording for my children and grandchildren. That Dick Gregory's humor is profound. I mean, it's got depth and levels to it, and makes you think and examine. He says things in such a way to make us, we Black people, examine ourselves and how we have responded to the racism that has impacted our lives, our psyches, our bodies, So thank you so much for bringing this particular reading forward. I'm gonna get it, girl. This is one I've got to have. So God bless you, sweetie, and thank you.
Of course, no problem. And you can find the audio. I know right now there's no audio books on the library app, but when they do become available, you can place a hold on it, and you'll be able to have access to the audio for free.
Oh, okay. Thank you, dear.
Of course. And if you wanted to actually, buy it, to have for you to keep forever, you can also purchase it on Amazon. They have the audio book as well as the physical book. Okay.
It's on Amazon, Crystal?
Yes, it's on Amazon as well as the library app.
Okay.
So it's free on the library app, but right now there are no available books. Okay. There's no available audios right now.
Is that because we check them all out?
I think so. And the book that I had checked out, the actual book that I was showing on the screen, I don't think we have it anymore. I think the time limit for us went out, so I have to wait until the book is available again to show you guys the actual words on the screen. So that's that's why I was unable to show the book today. I know I had it in the first part or the first half, but after a while, our hold on the book went away. So once we get that book back from the library, I'll be able to show it on the screen again as well.
But you can still play it for us, right?
Right, I can still play the audio because I bought the audio on Amazon.
Yeah, and I realize that.
Yep.
Thank you so much. This has
Thank you
been an
much.
enlightenment. This has
Guys,
been an enlightenment.
Guys, I don't know if you remember, back in the day, Dick Gregory used to have a radio station on WOL 1450 with Kathy Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
That. And he also put out a book and a nutritional
Yeah.
way to eat.
Yeah.
And he had Dick Gregory juice. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you can also catch, if you can't get a hold of the book right away, you can always look them up on YouTube and catch some of those old podcast, those old radio tapings.
True.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
And I believe also on YouTube, his son does a review or voiceover on some of the parts of the book. He goes
Did he have
reads through the book as well. His son.
Oh, okay.
Did he have two sons, Crystal?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, because I
Yeah,
know
because
that
he
One
said,
I heard
there's one
today.
living, but I know one died. So I
Right.
didn't realize
yeah.
that he had two sons until recently. I saw an article about his son, and I said to myself, I thought his son was dead, but
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
mentioned
Junior died. The junior died. Dick
that.
Gregory Jr. died.
Yeah.
Because Medgar told him that he died, that he was dead. Yeah. Medgar Evers called him and told him he died.
Didn't he get killed or something? I can't remember. Does anybody remember how he died?
The death record and archives of Washington, D.C.
Okay.
He was killed. They stated that on the video, on the in the book.
Crystal,
Yeah,
could you put?
I know it said killed, but I was trying to figure out if he was killed by a person or in an accident. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Oh, I don't. Let me see. Crystal, could you put the book title up once more? I want to make sure I got the whole thing.
Of course.
Thank you. The Essential Disc Gregory.
What was Christian his son?
Thank you, dear.
Christian is also his son. That's the one that's still living.
That's the one that's living.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Do you guys have any more questions for me? Or anything else you guys want to say about the book?
Terry, how was Dick Gregory Jr. killed? Hey Siri, how was Dick?
Okay. Well, the next training does start at 1:30. So you guys, I know you guys can stay on if you like or can join back, okay? And I do hope you guys do enjoy the rest of your day. And I'm happy. I'm looking forward to next week so we can continue to read the book, okay?
Thank you so much, Crystal. God bless.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank
No
you.
problem. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Same to you.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
It says he died at Sibley Hospital and he had heart failure. He died at the age of 84.
Oh, okay.
He died when?
He died August 19th, 2017 at Sibley Hospital.
Oh, that's Dick Gregory, though, isn't it?
Huh?
That's Dick Gregory, not his son.
I said Dick Gregory is his son. Yeah, he died here in DC. He was 84.
Dick Gregory died here, not his son. His son didn't die here, did he? His son wouldn't have been 84.
I said it was Dick Gregory that died here. He was 84.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He died in Washington, D.C. at Sibley Hospital. He was 84 years old. He died of heart failure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we don't know when the son died.
Oh, I didn't look
up. Or how he died.
Why is that important? It wasn't. It was just something that we were interested in about. That's what I was interested in. Trying to find out why it's important. Jesus, Lord have mercy. I'm just nosy.
I want my picture still on.
Since I'm already on the page, I'm not.
His son is still alive.
I'm trying to eliminate that.
His son is still alive.
That's his second son, Brenda.
Yeah.
What's his second son name?
His name
You
is
don't see
Gregory
it not.
Christian, but his first son was Gregory.
How do you do that? I thought I had it.
His second son name was Gregory. Gregory.
His name Christian. His first son was
I
named
see
Gregory.
it. It disappeared. Oh, dear. It's gone. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's gone. I can't hear you. You what?
Yeah, I'm a. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear the whole story, so I can't comment on anything. They say he used to live in this neighborhood and you could find him walking around the street, I was told. The children saw him walking around. That was part of his daily walk. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say daily walk. I should just say his walk. That's all I remember hearing.
Okay. I didn't know he had a son named Gregory.
Yeah.
That reminds me of all the Georges. George Foreman named all his sons George.
Well, no, he had a son named Dick Gregory Jr. I remember that, and I remember that he died, but I couldn't remember. I didn't realize that he had another son.
Why is it important that we know his son's name?
Because I wanted to know. Curiosity.
That's all. The only reason he didn't contribute to what the story is, or
no, it was brought up in that Medgar Evers was the one that told him that his son had died, and I was wanting to know, was his son killed by someone, or was he targeted by someone, or did he die in an accident? That's why I wanted to know.
My suggestion is look and put his name, put his name in Google, and they'll tell you who his. They might tell you.
Well, it's not coming up on Google because all Google has is about Dick Gregory Sr.
Okay. Well, maybe they didn't want you to know.
Oh, Lord Jesus. What you looking at me for? You want food? Okay, mommy go put something in your bowl. You must have ate some because when I passed there before, you had food in your bowl.
I gotta get my.
Oh, Lord.
Dick Gregory's son died in 1963 as a baby. He was a baby when he died.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We didn't know how long he had lived.
He died in 1963. He was one of 11 children.
Thank you, Diane.
You're welcome.
Yeah, because I was trying to find out, because I was trying to figure out how old he was and was he murdered because of his father's actions, or was he just that, or did he just die? So thank you very much for that.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hi, everyone. Again, I hope everyone enjoyed today's lunch club session with Crystal. We'll be starting in about 10 minutes with module 5. So again, please get something to snack on, something to drink, and we'll be starting shortly. So thank you so much. Just everyone be mindful of your TVs and your cell phones. Please make sure to mute them. And we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, ouch. Oh, hurt. Have mercy, Lord. Come on, Miss Cutie, let's go. Come on. Let's go find you some food.
Oh, excuse me.
Welcome back to Access Daily. It's time for a show with the Start us off. Okay, we're kicking things off with the long-awaited DC comic superhero flick finally made it to the big screen. But it's been years now. This is
Again, I hear a TV in the background, so please, I need everyone to turn off your TVs, your cell phones, and if you're not speaking, please put your cell phone mute. Thank you so much. Again, we'll be starting in about 8 minutes, you guys, so we'll see you on that.
Oh, y'all, something is wrong. Then I get then keep reading on Google. Then it says here, Richard Jr. Gregory dies 2 months after his death. But I thought, did he have 3 sons or 2 sons? Are y'all listening? I seen one article that said one of them died, that his son died in 63 at 2 months after his birth.
Well, I think the book reading said one son died then when the other guy got killed.
Right. But this, then I'm looking at it right now, but said Richard Jr. died 2 months after his death. Well, it's not important. Like
it's not important.
Right. It's not important. I'm just, y'all got me to read, so I just start reading.
I'm just curious.
I can't talk about it now, but when I say my stuff on Friday, I say what I have to say then because, again, I got a lot of different information at different times. It's very interesting, but
it's a lot.
It's a lot, but it's so contradictory. But I can't talk about it because it won't be interested until I explain why I looked it up.
Right.
You're good. I look forward to it, Diane.
Huh?
I said, you're good. I look forward to you on Friday.
Okay. Okay, I was just talking because everybody else is keeping quiet, but I find it so interesting that when we talk about stuff, not only that you're looking it up, but we should look it up too and read up on stuff, information, because we learn more than just what you're giving or what I'll be giving. And there's nothing wrong with learning stuff.
Oh, definitely. No, that's all. Yeah, we give you a little background, or we give you the basics, and then you check it out yourself and see what you take from it or what you learn from the information. So yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, Diane. Yes. Again, we have our celebration on Friday, everyone, and then because Juneteenth is on Monday, we all have a 3-day weekend. So please enjoy your weekend. Anybody have any plans for the weekend that they would like to share? Anything fun?
Yeah, I got something to share. Right now, I'm so nervous about Friday. So give me some encouraging information where I stop shaking.
Oh, Diane, you're gonna do great. You're gonna do fine.
I am so nervous. I don't know what to do.
Oh, don't be nervous, Diane. You speak of every day. So
every day.
Every day.
You do what you normally
and
do.
You are a wealth of knowledge.
Yes.
Well, what puzzles me is that if I get tongue tied, I just want y'all to understand I want to do such a good job at giving what I have to give, and I know I watch everyone else do different things, and I'm so amazed that you all are so confident, and I'm so proud of all of you all.
Yeah, but
We're proud of you too, honey.
yes,
You got a mountain of knowledge up in your head.
right. You are unique.
Yes.
Just be yourself and
You are
calm
you.
down. Don't overthink it. Just do what you do.
Okay.
And you know what, Diane? They
What?
talked about Jesus. So when they talk
That's
about
right.
you, let them know that you are in great company.
There you go. There you
Amen.
go. Great
Good
advice.
afternoon. This is Mrs. Duckett.
Hi, Miss
Good
Duckett.
afternoon.
How
Hi,
you
Miss
doing?
Duckett.
How's everyone?
Fine, thank you.
Hanging in there.
We have beautiful weather today.
Yes.
Oh, yes, it sure is.
Well, it's cloudy over here, but maybe.
Yeah, by 3 o'clock, they said the sun is gonna come out. So.
Okay, I must be in the wrong part of the city.
Oh no, it's cloudy right here too, and I see it. I see some of the clouds there. You can see some little portions of the sky, but it's coming about. That rain this morning was really. So.
Good afternoon. This is Miss Blakeney.
Hi, Miss
Hello,
Blake.
good afternoon.
I'm fine.
Good, good. Nice to see you got your audio together. I hope that my message assisted you.
Is somebody on with an iPad?
Oh, I got it, Ann. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you. That's what I'm
How
here
is
for.
everyone? How is everyone?
Hello.
Hi.
Holding on.
Oh.
Good, good, good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
I'm trying to figure out why my name isn't showing up.
I'll whoever just said that, I'll assist you in a minute, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Because we were showing yesterday. Oh, man.
Okay. Is class about to start?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me mute myself.
Good afternoon, all. This is Teresa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
Welcome
Teresa.
everyone to Module 5.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do we have Jordan on board? Is
Yeah,
Jordan
I just made him co-host, Teresa.
Okay, so we're going to hand the mic over to Jordan and then we'll continue on with Module 5.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jordan with the DC Public Library, and we're going to go over a couple apps today. Okay, I'm going to share screen. Okay, you can all see my screen right now.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so the first we're going to do, and we're going to go over these fairly quickly because you guys have gone over them before. And we'll leave the questions at the end. So if you have any questions, you save them for the end, or you can put them in the chat for me, please. Thank you. So we're going to start with our first one, which is the DCPL app. This is where you'll find all of your information about the library as soon as it loads up. Almost there. Here we are. So again, this has everything you will need for the library. So again, the first tab you will see at the top is plan a visit. If you want to come to the library, it can tell you the hours, closures and holidays, all of the library and their contact information. You also can click on those if you would like more information about a particular branch. Attend an event, again, it's all of our programming that we have. They have it broken down into categories. some upcoming events, also by age group and location. If you don't have a library card, which all of you should, you can get a digital one. It's good for 90 days, but it will have to be done again. So either you will have to go into a branch to get one for the full 3 years, or you can just have to renew that process. Find and borrow, again, breaks down all of the items that we have at the library and how we work. If you want to see us on social media, this is how you can find out about that information. Research and Learn has all of our wonderful databases. And all of the databases do have extra tutorials and information on them as well. If you ever want to go to the library and reserve a room, we have meeting rooms and study rooms and little mini conference rooms. If there was a book that you think should be in our system that we don't have, that is just the title. You'll fill that information out and then they get sent to the correct person. It's not guaranteed to be put in the system, but it increases the likelihood of it being there. And finally, to manage your account. This is where you'll log into with the library card. It will tell you what you have on hold, what you have checked out, any fines or fees that you have. And if you would like to change the PIN on your library card, which is defaulted to the last 4 digits of your library card number. Okay, we're going to leave there and jump over to Canopy. And again, Canopy is our movie app that you have, again, free with the library card. They are limited to, if you see on the top right-hand corner of my screen, the number 10, it tells you how many streams you have that month. So you get 10 per month. Again, they have it broken down into categories that they will suggest to you. At the bottom of the screen, you see home. This is where we currently are. If you click the item next to it that says browse, it has those breakdowns of categories. If there was a particular actor or actress, a movie, a genre type, or anything like that, you will come here to search that information. And then your list just shows you what you have and what you would like to see in the future. And finally, we'll click the last button, which is more. And again, it has access to your information. Okay, we're gonna close that out and jump over to our last app, which is Libby. Libby is our e and audiobook. So whether you want to read a book on your tablet or have a book read to you, you come over here to Libby. This you can access through either the Libby app or also through the website through our catalog. It will just link you to the Libby app. Okay, so at the bottom, you'll see a kind of magnifying glass. That is the search function. So you can go here and search the Libby app, and you can do by books, audiobooks, magazines, available now, or Kindle option. Okay, type in what you're looking for, either the title of the book or magazine, an author, a subject, anything like that, and it will bring you your subject searches. Here, again, in the home screen, they always have suggested lists and reading lists for you. If you're not sure what to read or what people are reading now, all of that is available there. They also have, again, newest, popular, random, and available now. Next to that, we have the breakdown of your library card, items you have out, items that you have on hold, and things like that. Here's your hold shelf. And again, these are timelines of things you have coming up. You have holds due, you have that you need to check out, you have items that are due back. All of that information will be located there. Okay, I know I went through that fairly quickly. Do we have any hands raised or any questions in the chat? I'm going to stop sharing for now.
You've got a few.
Okay, awesome. All right, let me switch over so I can see. Okay, I'm going based on how my screen is, not how hands went up first. So I'm going to start with Miss Carrie Nelson.
Oh, I was listening to the previous discussion and about having courage and everything. That's what I wanted to tell her. I feel the same way about speaking. I'm not a great speaker, and
I'm afraid I don't want to give misinformation or anything like that. Or I'm just not a courageous person, but I do want to participate in June 13th. That's all I want to say.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, I guess that's not relevant to you, right, Jordan?
No.
Right.
That's a
So
response.
why don't we leave that for later? Can you leave that for later? Who's that person so I can answer them later?
Carrie Melson.
Carrie, yeah. Carrie, can you hold off on that? We just want to answer
Sure.
questions relative to what Jordan just shared. And then we can answer yours at a later, this afternoon, of course, later.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Jordan.
Can we do Diane Leach?
Wait a minute. Yes, my question, I got 2 questions because I'm confused. I need to know how to return a book and how to make the audio book come on and work for me.
Okay, so when you say return, do you have the item? It's on your computer,
Library app.
yes. Okay, let me pull that back up. Let me share my screen again. All right, Libby. I'm not signed in. Give me 1 second. Let me go grab my library card. Well, actually, well, no, because we are recording this. So I don't have anyone access to your library card number. Give me 1 second. And again, do you have the book as an audiobook or an ebook?
An ebook. That's I read it. But
yeah, so the book won't be read to you. So if your book did come up with the headphones, that's an audiobook. So those are ones that
I
are
know that.
recorded.
Right.
Okay. Let me grab my library card. Okay. Let's try to log in.
Okay, hon.
Okay. All right. So again, for instance, if I check out this book, I'm going to borrow it. I'm borrowing it. Okay. Let me go to my shelf. Again, at the bottom, you see the home. You see the search, home, little
you're
3
going
letters.
too fast.
Again, I'm just telling you.
Oh,
I haven't explained anything yet. I was explaining at the bottom what the different things are so I can show you where I'm pointing. So at the bottom where the book is, that's your shelf.
Right.
Okay. You say it says read with and manage loan. If you click manage,
I see that. Right.
You're able to then return early or renew. If you have a what the great thing about the Libby is you don't have to worry about overdue fees. Once your book is due back, it will automatically check back in for you.
Okay.
So if you want to turn it in early because you have a lot checked out and you want to check out more, you can do it early. If not, if you just leave it on there, once it expires, it will just automatically go off of your account.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Your questions?
The second question was show me how to do the audio book, how I can order the audio and listen.
Okay, so it depends on the topic. I mean, the title. So again, like you see on this screen, Holidays on Ice, those have headphones. So that's an audiobook. The one I clicked on to download to show you how to return After Parties, that's not, that's an ebook. So that won't be able to play. That's something you would have to read. So I'm going to borrow this one. So I'm gonna go to my shelf. And then once you borrow, you just hit open audiobook and play.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got
then
it. Thank
now
you
that
very
I
much.
don't want it anymore, I'm going to return it early. Return. I'm gonna go back to my shelf, and it's gone.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, not a problem. All right, let's go. Stop sharing. All right, I'm gonna go to Miss and Denise. I'm Dennis, sorry, and then Miss Jackie Lesenby. I hope I said your last name right.
I wanted to know, good afternoon, Jordan. How are you?
Afternoon, good, good, good.
Looking well. I wanted to know what I have to send with my aide to pick up a book that I want to take out at the library. Does she need my ID and my library card, or just go?
Just your library card. As long as, I mean, technically the card holder is supposed to be the user, but if someone has your library card and you're giving them permission, no one's gonna stop them and question them. You can just walk in, have them grab your hold. They can go to either the person at the desk or self-checkout, scan your card. As long as your card is not needing to be renewed or anything like that, should be able to just use it to check your items out for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, dear. Oh, and the
Not a-
card that we got through when we started the program, that's a permanent library card, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just checking.
But again, that's the only one. If you did it online, it's not permanent. All right, we have Miss Jackie, then I'm gonna have Greer Macy. I'm trying to get everybody's hands in, and then Cheryl Graham and Yvette Dark. If you guys remember that.
And that will be it. And that will be it
And that can be it.
for library questions.
Miss Jackie, you have to unmute yourself. Okay. While we're doing that, I'm gonna go over to Greer Massey.
Yes, it is Massey. Thank you. I was wondering, what's the time lapse between when a movie is released and the time that you get it in the library and we able to be able to get it?
I would not be able to answer that question for you. That's through our purchasing department. Again, when you see that thing we told earlier about the suggested title, I would do that to ensure that that title is purchased. And I do believe that you can also request to be placed on hold for it as well once it comes in. But the time frame when the movies are released and when we will get them, it's hard to say. It's all depending on when they actually are ordering for the month or for this the quarter, and I'm not sure when they do actually order.
Well, on an average, let's say a movie came out like Coming to America 2. Would you all have a movie like that now?
This been out for a while, yes.
You would have that.
Again, if the movie came out on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever today, the library might not have it for a month or two.
Oh, okay.
But it could have a couple days later. Again, I'm not sure when they are ordering them, but they're not ordering them per item. They normally do batches of them. That's why I'm saying it all depends.
Well, I understand that, but I was just wondering on an average, if you could give me, and you answered my question.
Again, I don't do purchasing, so I that's
I understand. I understand what you're saying. You did well. Now, based on a previous question, the ebooks, how does that work? Can you get that and not go to the library, or
yes? So through Libby, they have the app. You can download and read the books, either the books again on your iPad or listen to you again on your iPad.
And
we
how,
have every. Go ahead.
And does the audio works basically the same way? Okay, well, that's good to know, because I didn't know that, because I haven't used the app, but I will after seeing this. I will definitely. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Not a problem. So we're gonna have Cheryl and then Yvette, and then we're done. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. This is funny. She basically asked what I was going to ask. I
Okay.
just received a new library card after 30 years. So with
Welcome
new
back.
technology and all, now you can order books and read them on your iPad
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to getting the physical book.
Yes.
Now, what is the difference between? Now, I know you said you mentioned something else, audio. What does that do?
So an audiobook is like it says, it's audio. So it's someone who is reading it to you. So the person, whoever the publisher company has paid someone to read the book for you. An ebook, only thing is an electronic version of the book. So it's the same thing, the same pages. It's just the electronic version of it.
Okay, so the only difference is you can have it read to you, or you have the option of reading it yourself.
Yeah. So when it's read to you, you won't actually see the words. It's just them talking.
Oh, like they're telling a story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
Word will be there.
You still have the option that if you want to go to the library and check the book out, you can do that as well. Okay,
yes.
That was those were my questions. All right, thank you.
That's why I said either you can look through the Libby app or go through the main catalog, and it will show you all the formats that book comes in.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. And our last person, Ms. Yvette, and then I get to say goodbye.
Okay. Oh, I'm so glad you're leaving us.
It's been well over 30 years since I've owned a library card. Mm-hmm. And I just was not ever able to really use the library itself, but I'm really excited about all this new technology you have. If I can apply online for a library card, if I do that, how soon would I have to wait to get the physical card in the mail or not?
No, so we will never send you a physical card. You will have to come in, and to get that physical card and show proof of who you are, like an ID, your address, and the information you submitted. But if you do it online, it will give you a temporary card for 90 days. And the card still works the same way as the library card, but again, it's normally for more online use. So if you were using more of the databases and doing more of our ebooks and things like that, you can still take that number in and use it as your library card. But again, it's only going to be good for 90 days. You will still have to physically go in order to get an actual card, which is good for, I think, 3 years.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, everyone, that is my time. And I will see you in 2 weeks, and we will talk about some more apps. Enjoy your time.
Thank you, Jordan. Again, always, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Have a great one.
Y'all do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and read our disclaimer. The Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in the application or topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including but not limited to mobile and device applications and any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners, or presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. All right, moving along. So do we have any new participants on board? Anybody?
I know we have, I think we have at least one Teresa, I'm not sure, but just
We do have one.
Yeah.
Okay, well, first I'd like to welcome that person. Do you have their name, Alex? The new.
No, I wasn't able to assist them with their name, so
okay.
Oh no.
Well, yes, this is Rosetta Arch. I've been here before.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rosetta. Well, welcome again.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm new as well.
And who's that? And tell us who you are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Oh, yes,
you.
yes, Ms. Graham, yes, I just spoke with you. Thank
Ms.
you so much.
Graham? Ms.
I
Graham, you're
was
new?
wondering, do I have to do this class over again?
Well,
I
it
was
all
wondering, huh?
depends.
Oh, no, ma'am, it's up to you. That's why Teresa's email is so important, so you get to see all the different sessions. We recycle or go through these afternoon sessions every 2 weeks or so, but all the other programming depends on the week. So just check out Teresa's email and you'll see all of the different sessions that we have available, okay?
Yes, dear. Thank you so much.
You're
No problem.
welcome. All right, so I'd like to again welcome our newcomers. I'm happy that you're on board. Hope to see you from here onwards. For the newcomers, the iPad that you have is it's on loan until you complete the program requirements. You are provided cellular data paid for DACL, and you should have received a telephone training, online group training, which is what we're doing actually right now, face-to-face if you need to have face-to-face one-on-one, and technical support, which you can pick up the telephone and say, help, I need help with my iPad. So to participate in the program, you have to meet these requirements. You must remain in sole possession of your iPad. You must participate in the training which you're already doing. You must complete 6 free tech training modules over Zoom held throughout the year and respond to the midterm survey that will be emailed to you. Okay. All right, so this is what the midterm survey looks like. If you haven't received, you've been in the program 90 days or more and you haven't completed a midterm survey, then you need to, because after you've actually completed that, you've done your 6 modules, you can rest assured that that iPad is yours to keep for whatever. So look in the email, look for a mail that looks like this, tap on where it says fill out form and complete the questions. It's basically based on how is the iPad, is it making a difference in your life? Are you enjoying it? Things of that nature. Now, if you wanted to find out more about your attendance, you could email attendance@wildtech.org. If you'd like to have some library training, which is one-on-one, face-to-face, you can call area code 202-800-6868, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Or you can email library@wildtech.org, and we would be happy to schedule you one-on-one, face-to-face tutoring session. Okay, and for general help on your iPad, you do the same with the help desk, 202-800-6868, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now, our library trainings, as I just mentioned, we have one tomorrow at Northeast 337th Street from 1:30 to 4:30. Then on Tuesday of next week at Pethworth, 4200 Kansas Avenue Northwest, 1:30 to 4:30. Wednesday, June the 21st at Capitol View, 5001 Central Avenue Southeast from 12:45 to 3:45. And then a week, basically or more, Thursday of next week, June 22nd, we're at Anacostia, 1800 Good Hope Road, Southeast, from 1:30 to 4:30. Now, again, call the help desk, 202-800-6868, to schedule your one-on-one face-to-face library session. We have a big day coming up this Friday. We're going to be doing lots of storytelling, singing, poems, dancing, everything relative to that you would want to learn about Juneteenth. Be sure not to miss this moment of this wonderful celebration. Okay, so that's this Friday, 1:30 to 3:30, by using the same Zoom ID number you've used to get into today's class. No different. Everything just the same link. All right, here's something that DACL wanted you to know about. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which is scheduled. They have I think it's some sort of a workshop at the it says, join the United States Attorney Office of the District of Columbia in partnership with the Attorney General for an interactive expert-led panel discussion regarding abuse, neglect, financial exploitation of elders in the District of Columbia. And that's tomorrow, June 15th, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And if you'd like to join, do it virtually, here's the link here. Let us know. If you decide you'd like to do so, please contact us and we'll be more than happy to give you this link
Oh,
or mail it to you.
Teresa, this flyer will be found in tomorrow's daily email. So you're just going to be able to tap on the flyer and it will send you straight to the link. The link that they have listed on this flyer is not working, but I found the correct link. So again, at the bottom of Teresa's email tomorrow, you can find this flyer, you can tap on it and it will guide you directly to the discussion. So just please look at that if you are interested in this event.
Mhm. All right, do we have any not showing their screen name? We have a number 2, whoever they are. But I think we've got it all.
Yeah, we have that and we have 2 iPads.
We got a couple iPads.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to overlook that for now because we're running on the late side. But as Jordan mentioned, he talked about the Libby. He talked about digital books, Canopy, and he'll be back in 2 weeks to talk some more about that. So if you have any questions about DCPL apps, please join us again in 2 weeks, module 5, and Jordan will be here to answer questions. Okay, so today we're going to be looking at the control center, how to access, use, and customize the control center on your iPad. And here we are. We're going to begin with this. This is the control center on your iPad. Gives you instant access to useful controls and apps, which includes airplane mode, Wi-Fi, cellular data, and Bluetooth, screen, orientation lock, volume, and brightness, and more. Today, we'll be reviewing how to open the control center, what each button does, and how to customize it with different features available. So to open the control center, you simply swipe down from the top right-hand corner of your screen. Okay, that's all you have to do. Take your finger, place it from the top right-hand corner all the way down, and that's what happens when you do so. Swipe, and it shows up. That's it. So we're going to look at the various tabs in there, and why is it, what's the purpose behind it? So the first one we're going to look at is the airplane mode, where you can actually turn off the wireless access feature when, for example, if you're flying somewhere and you boarded the airline and they said, please place all mobile devices, you need to do that. And how does one do that? They can swipe the control center down on their iPad, look for the airplane icon like this, tap on it, and switch it off, which kills all signals as far as the internet. Don't have to worry about any signals. And this is done mostly for the safety of the aircraft, the passengers, the pilot, so that they don't get any mixed signals when flying that airplane. The next thing we're going to look at is the Wi-Fi cellular, which is enabled. Your iPad comes with both Wi-Fi access and cellular broadband. And we're going to be looking at that. Bluetooth, which allows devices to connect to each other without wires or cables. Orientation lock, which switches between portrait and landscape mode when disabled. How to adjust your screen brightness and volume, where you drag the slider to adjust the brightness and volume, and how to use silent calls, alerts, and notification from on your device. Okay, how to customize it. So we're going to look at a brief video on this.
Customize Control Center to quickly access the things you use the most. Here's how. In Settings, scroll down and tap Control Center. To add controls, tap the Add button, or tap the Remove button to remove controls. To rearrange controls, touch and hold the gray lines and move them up or down. To access Control Center, swipe down from the top right corner of your screen. Or on an iPhone with the Home button, swipe up from the bottom edge of your screen. Then tap a control you'd like to use. More control with a tap.
Okay, that was pretty brief. Yeah. Okay, moving right along. Now we're going to look at we did that. So now we're going to look at tips and tricks on about your keyboard. So if you're new to typing on a glass screen mode, give yourself a couple of days to see how best to hold and type on your iPad. This is what your on-screen keyboard looks like. And let's look at a brief video on that.
In this lesson, we'll be learning how to use the keyboard on an Apple touchscreen device. Let's begin by tapping Notes to open the Notes app. The keyboard is a part of the touchscreen. The keyboard appears when you need to type. During this lesson, we recommend that you hold your device sideways for a bigger keyboard.
Here with my in
Would look familiar to you. The space bar is in its usual place at the bottom of the keyboard. You tap the X symbol in the top right to backspace or delete, just like on a physical keyboard. But because of the screen size, all of the keys cannot be shown at once. Tap the period question mark 1, 2, 3 key to access the numbers keyboard. Here you'll find all of the numbers, as well as a few more of the commonly used symbols. To access the rest of the symbols, tap the #+= key. Tap the ABC key to switch back to the letters keyboard. Tap either arrow before typing a letter to capitalize the letter. The first word of each sentence will automatically be capitalized. Double tap an up arrow to turn on caps lock. Tap an arrow again to turn caps lock off. We all make mistakes, but luckily touchscreen keyboards are very forgiving. Misspelled words are often auto-corrected as you type. Sometimes the keyboard suggests a word that you don't want to use. When this happens, simply tap the suggested word to use the word you've typed. Now press the Home button to return to the home screen.
Okay, that's a brief.
In this lesson, we'll be learning how to use.
Okay, let me get back to.
The keyboard on an Apple touchscreen device.
So now we're going to look at, so we looked about how to use the keyboard. Now, if you're not, your fingers are not working, you can dictate using the actual keyboard, but you can actually, what is called voice dictation. So let's look at a brief video on that.
Did you know that iPadOS has got a really powerful voice dictation tool built right in? To enable voice dictation, you need to go into the Settings app and then go to General and Keyboard. At the bottom of the keyboard page is a little toggle to enable dictation. If you've not used dictation before, you will need to go through a couple of steps to enable things, and you have the choice of sharing your recordings with Apple if you wish to. I've chosen not to do that on my iPad. Then go back into the app you were using, for example, Pages, and bring up the keyboard again. From here, all you need to do is press on the microphone button that's now appeared next to the spacebar, and then you can begin talking into your iPad. Siri dictation will then take your words and transcribe them as text on your screen for you. This doesn't have a 100% accuracy rate, but I found it to be pretty reliable when I've used it myself, and you can always go back afterwards and you can correct changes using the keyboard. Please note that this does need to be online to work, particularly on older iPads. However, iPad Pros can do this offline. When you're done, simply press the keyboard button at the bottom of your screen, and that will turn off voice dictation, and then you can use the normal keyboard to make changes as you need to. It's a really powerful tool to let children express themselves through their voice if they find typing on a keyboard difficult.
Okay, so that's how you dictate. You at least enable it on your device. Let's go to the next. Oops. Use this method. All right, you can enter an emoji using your iPad keyboard, and these are those little funny little characters that you can, a smiley, I'm sad, whatever it is. You're sending an email, you're sending a message, you can send an emoji key along with it. And so it says here, to do so, you tap the emoji key, which looks just like this, is on your keyboard next to the dictation key. This is your dictation key. And to see more options, you can swipe left or right with your finger to enter an emoji, tap on it. And to return to regular keyboard, tap on the ABC at the bottom left. Okay, now how do you send, you're sending you have to enter a word that has an accented character. Well, it's pretty simple. For example, if you wanted to use an accented E in whatever means, you can find the E on the keyboard, you tap, you touch and hold the key and slide to choose a variant you want, because notice there's several to choose from here. So you choose the one, but first you must find E and touch and hold it, and then it will give you the options to choose the one that you would like to have. All right, so there's some other keyboard tips where if you want to, you're typing, you enter a sentence and you want to enter a period at the end of it, well, you don't have to look for that dot on that. You can just double tap your space bar twice and it will enter that period for you at the end of the sentence. You can undo or redo with 3 fingers. You know, if you did something, you want to undo it, you can use 3 fingers to undo or redo. On your keyboard, if you wanted to close your keyboard, let's say you finished typing and you want to get rid of that keyboard, you tap the keyboard button on the bottom right hand of the keyboard. How to select, copy, and paste text. So you are you have an article, some kind of document, and you digital, of course, on your iPad, and you want to copy it. Well, first thing, you have to be in the document and identify the area that you'd like to copy. You can use this, what is called the on-screen keyboard, to select and edit the text in the text field. So there are 2 types of text that you can select: already uploaded text, such as news articles, apps text, and text that you write, for example, in notes or pages, which is a document app, an app that you can use for creating documents, each having its own navigation bar. So to select, copy, and paste that text, first you need to select the text, of course, by you double tap on the area that you want to edit, and then you drag the little circles on each end to expand the selection to your choosing, and then using the navigation bar, select what you would like to do. For example, notice in this screenshot that's shown here that they're highlighting, this is the highlighted area in blue, darker blue here, that's going to either be copied and pasted into another document. Okay, is it there? Yep. Now, here's another feature that you might like to use. You can copy images from your photo app. Your photo app is this multi-looking color icon here that's on your home screen. You can copy a photo and then paste it into another document, such as an email, text message, presentation. And now how do you do that? Well, first, you would first, if you're in an email and you want to send a photograph with it, or your text message, you want to send a photograph, and that photograph is in your photo app gallery folder, well, you will have to, you can go to the folder itself in the gallery, tap on where it says share, there's a share icon here, and notice this, when you tap on that, there's copy, there's duplicate, you can hide. There are various options here to choose from, but if you just want to copy that photograph, you can just select the copy feature right here and then paste it in your email or text. It's pretty simple. Okay, now we basically come to the end, but there's some security tips I'd like to cover with you, especially for the newcomers, that you should be aware of. For good practices, you need to have, if you'd like to keep your iPad secure, no one else accessing it, then you need to have a strong passcode so you can lock it. Or you can use Touch ID, which is a biometric feature where it actually takes a print of your one of your fingers, I think typically your thumb, and only you can access your iPad using your thumb, but that of course needs to be set up. Then there's you can turn on Find My iPad if you misplace your iPad in the home, you left it on the bus, wherever it is. There's an app or feature in settings that you can turn on that will, most of the time, not in all cases, locate where your iPad. It'll give you some idea of where your iPad is. Right, then the apps that you have in the App Store, is that Apple provides a layer of protection designed to ensure that the apps are free from known malware and hasn't been tampered with. Other protections help ensure the access of apps to users' data is carefully mediated. And then Apple has a secure system, which is really excellent. The operating system has tight security, so you don't have to be concerned about anyone accessing your device, unless they're really serious hackers and they know how to, but it's a rare thing that it happens. So that brings us to the end of today's, so you had the library apps, and then you had the keyboard, control center, and some security tips. So we're gonna look now to address some questions. If I see any hands up, I'll address those questions. Again, library trainings tomorrow, next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Call 202-800-6868 if you'd like to register. And again, Friday afternoon from 1:30 to 3:30, tuning using the same Zoom link that you do for classes, and be a part of this fun afternoon. Again, this is tomorrow, presented by DACL and a few other agencies. They're having a webinar on elder regarding abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation of elders in the District of Columbia. All right, I want to thank you all for participating in today's lesson. If you don't have any questions, feel free to exit at this point. If you have questions, please stay on, and we'll be more than happy to answer those questions for you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa.
Take care.
Okay. You're welcome. Now, Carrie, I noticed you had a question earlier. If you don't mind repeating that question so I can address it and give you a clear answer, feel free to unmute your device and allow me to assist you with that question. Carrie, are you there? Carrie Melson? I think she's left. Do we have anyone else with a question?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
When you ask Alex about the new people, is it, you state that do you have any new people come in? And he gives you, I guess, about 2 or 3 people. I noticed that my name has not been given, and I was told that at the bottom of the screen, if my name is there, or if I go into more and I see my name there with me, I'm present. So I'd like to know what the relationship.
Okay, Annie, is your name
Yes.
Annie?
Yes.
That means I'm seeing your name.
Beg pardon?
I'm seeing your name.
Okay, so when you asked him to give you the new people's name, my name is not called.
Oh, and that's because
not
I'm
new,
not
yeah.
aware of. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not aware.
you've been attending us for many sessions now, Miss Annie. So
right.
We
Yeah.
noticed you, so we just appreciate you coming on and maybe seeing the lesson again and just reinforcing some different ideas. But yes, when Teresa says that, if we have any new folks, like this is their first session, yes, we want to make sure that we welcome them to our community. So, you know, we appreciate your participation, but yes, as long as your name is showing on Zoom, Miss Annie, in the participants list, then you're receiving credit and acknowledgement of you attending this class, okay?
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
No problem, Miss Annie, have a great day.
You too.
Hello, this is Carrie Melson. I got it on mute.
Okay, Carrie, welcome, Carrie. What can I do for you?
It's just that I'm not a great speaker, and I want to be sure of what I'm saying is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And be, you know, for information to honor my relative. That's the only thing I want to do. I don't want to get all tongue tied and everything. I want to, you know, be proud because I'm proud of the person. And I just ask the audience to bear with me if I have to speak.
First, let's find out if you are on the, Alex, is Carrie on the schedule?
No, Teresa.
Carrie, you want to, what are you saying? Are you saying you want to say something?
Yeah, I have.
In order to be a part of it, you had to
call. I called. I found out my great grandfather
was the book.
Yeah. He's a priest. Yeah, and I wanted to read some, or even it came on Google. Maybe you can listen to that part of it.
How long do you think you would need? How much time you think you need?
Oh, I don't know. Well, it probably, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know whether.
We're limiting each participant to 4 minutes because we have a number of them. So if it's something that you can do in 4 minutes, I could ask Alex, we could add her towards the end of the program, because we still have time, don't we, Alex?
It depends on the day. We already did have we had the submission forms, we had the so that way we could schedule everyone out as evenly as possible. So we possibly have time at the end, but we're just not 100% sure on all the guests together. So Teresa, I'm not sure if we plan to have anyone after those participants to say something if we have time. So
we have time. Would you have you have the book ready? Carrie, would you have the information at your fingertip to read in the event we have time?
I have it, I have to get Google.
Well, this is what I would suggest. You have it in the event, and I'm sure there'll be a few minutes left towards the end where you can come on and, but not anything too lengthy.
Okay.
Okay, so,
right.
but because I'll call on you, I will.
Okay.
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 All right, Carrie. Thanks for wanting to participate.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Carrie. You have a great day.
And you too. You too, Teresa.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
And
Do you have
everybody.
anyone else, any other questions relative to the program or to the use of the keyboard or control center? Any other questions? No? Whoa, I can't believe it. Jordan answered all the questions.
Tomorrow, we have the lunch club. So I'll be hosting the lunch club tomorrow at 12 o'clock. We'll be finishing up from Tuesday, what we went over. And on the afternoon, we have Dr. Casey Brown from Georgetown University. She'll be talking about her work in aging. So quite interesting. We never had her before. So please, if you're able to get on tomorrow's lunch club, right after that is our session. And we also have the movie of the month. So that's actually being updated for the reminder tonight. So tomorrow, please check out for what movie we'll be presenting, but that will be at 6 p.m. everyone. So we have we do 2 movies a month now instead of just 1. So take advantage of it. It's fun, entertaining, and everyone learns something new. So please make sure you are able to attend if you can.
Okay. All right, so that brings us to the end of today's session. I wish you all a pleasant evening. May God bless you, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Let's all wish everyone else a great Wednesday, and you all have a wonderful day.
You have a blessed day.
You too, Alex.
And
Thank you,
Miss
Teresa.
Thank you, Alex. Love you both.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you,
Miss
Teresa. See y'all later.
Thank
Everybody.
you.
Everybody want to call
See you
you.
tomorrow. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
And be prepared for that movie tomorrow night. It's an interesting movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to know the name of it.
I'm not the secret right now.
Yeah, check the email out.
Come
You'll
on
find
and
out
go
with
find
everyone
out.
else.
You
Come
look
on
good
and go
today.
find out.
Yeah. All right.
Bye-bye.
All
You do it too,
Have a
Alex.
good day, James Gates.
You too. Bye-bye, everybody.
You too,
Everybody.
Ronald.
Everyone didn't get the thing in.
Are we
it's all
calling
good.
Ronald? Alex? Are we
They're all
with
taken
Ronald?
care of, Teresa. They're all
Okay.
taken care of.
Thank you. All right.
No problem. Have a
Okay.
great day, everyone.